Okay. Hey, um, see two of y'all on here. Hopefully my settings aren't messed up. Uh, mm, we shall see. Okay. Let's see. Let me turn this down just a little. Ugh. All right. Okie dokie. Greetings, everybody. Uh, Hoping everything is fantastic. Um, I know it's been a time. It's been some time since we talked. I know. But a lot is going on, as you all well know. And so I've just been taking my time in terms of what I was going to talk about the next time. The next time I got up on here. And I've been really fighting myself. Really fighting myself. If I could communicate how hard I have been fighting myself about this tendency, and I get that it's not just as a matter of fact, let me do some things. I've been sitting in this chair literally all day. All day. I just got up out of here long enough to literally like 20 minutes ago, long enough to leave the house and get myself a alcoholic beverage before I descend into my I'm still in. As a matter of fact, I have a meeting downtown tomorrow. Um and to um I'm hoping to get the rest of everything I need to get done tomorrow, since it's Friday. And tomorrow is Friday, right? I ain't tripping, right? Um get everything that I need to get done so I can get the website up and the social media started for the official campaign. And then I'm going to just a bunch of logistical shit to set this thing off, because we have a coming very soon, February 2nd through February 7th. We have another big task to complete. But anyway, I digress. Before we can start actually getting signatures, we can't start getting signatures like, you know, um, I don't think I got that wrong. We can't start getting signatures until after the week of hmm, 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 the 2nd through the 7th. Sorry, but I have been sitting in my chair looking exactly how I look when I got up on here. I was like, you know what? I can always edit the beginning out. Let me look halfway human. And then we'll get started. So like I was saying, so yes, to the answer to your question is yes, I am on the ballot. Um, thank you for asking, Silence. I'll put my Cash App in the comment section. So for Cash App, it is $ daughter of the Fates. For Zelle, it is the temple's email address. You can use that email address for PayPal as well. And and for Venmo, it is Cassandra-Floyd. Okay, so those are the ways y'all can share those throughout the live. That would be awesome. Like copy and repaste in the live comment section. That'd be awesome. Put y'all to work real quick. If everybody in the house, see y'all up in here. So yeah, a lot happening as per usual. And for those of you that actually paid attention to the name of the live, it is called Welcome the Golden Age. Thank you. Who came through with a donation? Thank you. Let's see, Kamila Forrest. Thank you for your donation. I love you for it. That was wonderful and generous. Love you for it. So let me just say, the reason I called it, I want to go ahead and just, okay, Silence. That's awesome. Okay, that was Silence that gave the donation. I love that. All right. So let me just tell you. I was gonna grab something. What was I gonna grab? Oh, I know what I was gonna grab. Yes, I know what I was gonna grab. I did a little organizing of my descular area because the last time I did a live, stuff that I should have been just able to grab, could not find. Right here, dude, right here, there was so much stuff piled around me that I was like, all right, I ain't going another day without organizing my descular area, you feel me? So that I can have at least a few things that I need right away. Yeah, so it's not it. Right at my disposal. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Is that the right one? It is. Okay, so we got that. And we have that one. There's another one. This one. And is that? I think that's in there. Okay. And this one. Okay. All right. So let me put my eyeballs on. So y'all, hope you had a wonderful new moon a couple days ago. And at the same time that it was the new moon, it was our first day in the sign of Aquarius. And so, this is a really interesting period because, Aquarius, we'd started this long process that we've been on a little over a month in our walk with Mother Saturn. With all these revelations, she kept dumping on our skull and shit, you feel me, since the winter solstice, our entry into the Saturn season. But the early ruler of Aquarius is also Saturn. So you got a double whammy as we enter into Aquarius season, because now that we know, now that we up on game, we will still be in this really wonderful expose with Mother Saturn, as well as the silent, quiet giant that we know as Uranus, aka Aquarius, aka Uranus, Prometheus. Okay, so I want to start that way because there's a lot that we have to move through. I'm gonna try to be concise because I have a mountainous amount of work to do this evening, even as I've been sitting in this here chair since 9 o'clock in the morning and have only moved for lunch. Okay. Ooh, that's nice. Okay. So anyway. All right. So welcome everyone that's up in the house. Welcome. 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 I want to say with absolute certainty that the day is ours and every day for the rest of time is ours. Okay. I want to say that yesterday is the worst that it will ever be again in human history. This is what we have to claim. This is what we have to work for. That it will never be again in all of human history as bad as it was yesterday. That yesterday was the end of our bad days. So I want to start trying to get back on a routine here with regularly scheduled live so that y'all are not guessing and laying in wait for my presence up on here. You feel me? So I really want to, and I have a sneaking suspicion that once the campaign really gets cranking and I have an actual functioning committee that can help relieve some of the laboriousness that I have been experiencing all this time, I have a sneaking suspicion that there will be just much more of a flow. I was talking to a friend the other day and just saying, you get so caught up in the doing, and the intensity of the doing that sometimes it doesn't occur to you. And it didn't, well, several things occurred to me. I'll talk to y'all about that after we do a little intro. Okay. So that's how I started with that, was like, I really want to get back into a rhythm so that my presence on here does not feel mysterious and chaotic. Okay. So with that being said, we are going to start with the reading of the Global Conspiracy to Right All Wrongs, which I will be reading every time I'm up on here. And I am thinking about the same thing that we did. Greetings from India. How you doing again? It's good to see you. That's wonderful. Let's see. Kumba Gateway. I love that. Holistic Harmony 1111. What? Silence 11292. Let me go ahead and shout everybody out while we up on here. FG Apothecary. Let's see. NWA Mama. Constance Woo Woo, and yeah, I think that's everybody. All right, I can't see anybody up on IG yet. Maybe not. All right, but anyway, so we're gonna start with the reading of the Glorious Conspiracy to Right All Wrongs. I am having, I have been having this. Remember, we talked maybe about a month ago about the need to revamp the conspiracy ritual. We specified the ritual that we started in May and ended in August for a very specific and peculiar entity at / institution. Now I think that we should start tailoring that ritual process, the ritual aspect of the glorious conspiracy or the global conspiracy, quarterly to identify and zoom in and narrow our focus on these particular entities that show themselves as we walk through this next period. Okay, so I'm gonna make the commitment to do that. I will have it available on the Etsy store, like I have had. So, and what I will do is I will just add an additional PDF that will specify who our next institutional intention is going to be focused on. Okay, so I'll make the commitment to, which shouldn't take much time, to do that by this weekend. Okay, so with that being said, I'm going to read the the global conspiracy to right all wrongs, the glorious conspiracy of the Temple of Evolutionary Emergence, and I am going to complete that with the wonderful reading of the prophecy as delivered to us by Mama Zogbe, or the great ancient Sibyls via Mama Zogbe, according to the book, the Sibyls, the first prophetesses of MamiWata, and the theft of African prophecy by the Roman Catholic Church. Okay, so we are the breakers of curses, the casters of glorious conspiracies, and the creators of the new age. I, Cassandra Faye Floyd, am a divine instrument of my mother's divine will. As such, I am protected and guided by the sacred blood and water of my mother's body, my mother, Jacqueline Jeanette Cook's body, that anointed my entry into this life. I am divine because she is divine. Mommy and I are one. I call all of our mothers to this moment. I call on they who govern everything, all time and every space in between. She with 10,000 names. Today it is Oya, Yamaya, Oshun, Iyami Ajay, the divine architects of existence, usheresses of the new age. Mommy and I are one. Oh, you know what? Dang. I packed up my little noise maker. Do I have another one over here? I packed up all my noise makers because I had an event. All right, well, I ain't got no noise makers today. I call upon the divine ancestors and the ashe of every mother on earth to break every curse ever cast upon the mother and her children. Cast upon her mother and the mother and her children in all timelines and in every dimension. Mommy and I are one. We, the mother's divine children, conspire together today to forever bind those who have or would harm you, great mother. Mommy and I are one. We conspire together today to destroy everything and everyone in every timeline and dimension that has caused suffering and despair. Mommy and I are one. Today, we embody the sacred blood and the sacred and divine power of our mothers. Today, we the tree, we the weavers, rewrite all time. Today, we the tree, we the weavers, rewrite the book of life. Today, we, our mothers, children, call on the winds of change. We conjure the primordial dark. We summon the sacred serpent deep from within the earth. We subdue the rogue sun. We control the light. We heal the harmed. We embolden the fearful. We instill courageous action. Today, we are staging a global evolution as is our mother's divine will. Mommy and I are one. We, the architects of the new age, now create the new institutions, the new traditions, the new culture, the new ways of being. We ecstatically welcome the radical destruction of all institutions of hate and harm erected by the godheads of war. Mommy and I are one. We have the power. We have the voice. We are the portals of change. Now we employ our sacred breath and give life and sacred blood to this conspiracy. Mommy and I are one. We command, come the wind, come the storm, come the lightning, capture and judge all godheads of war and all betrayers of the mother's divine will. Bring their confusion and war to an immediate end. Scatter them to oblivion, never to be resurrected. We are the fates. We are the furies. We are the Iyami Ajay. We are the disseminators of divine time, divine retribution, divine rectification, and evolutionary justice. Mommy and I are one. We are the restorers of heaven on earth under the mother's divine reign. We wake the sacred serpent from her sleep to assist us in this sacred assignment. Mommy and I are one. Love unlimited is our birthright. Harmony is our birthright. Ecstasy is our birthright. Pleasure is our birthright. Freedom is our birthright. This is her divine will. We are the divine executors of her will. We speak her will into the now to reverberate throughout all time, all space, and all dimensions. It is certainly as we say, forever and ever. Mommy and I are one. Mommy and I are one. Mommy and I are one. I missed that. Now I'm going to read the global conspiracy, the glorious conspiracy of the Temple of Evolutionary Emergence. Let me just check my phone right now because it's going off the hinge. Oh, it's going off the hinge because y'all paying me. Okay. I like that. It's going off the hinge because y'all giving me dividends. I appreciate that. Love that. I love to see the evidence of your appreciation for my work. I do. I really do. And so let me just see. Let me just shout out who made contributions right here. I'll tell you, I have a sneaking suspicion, and I'm not even fronting. I have a sneaking suspicion that these old boys that's got an attitude about our conspiracy, you feel me? Because my electronics, all of them, my laptop, I got two phones, both my phones been acting janky all day. I was like, I have a sneaking suspicion. The state got a problem with my content. You feel me? Got a problem with my intentions forthcoming. You dig? So let's see. Thank you, Vortex Ninja. Thank you, Kamila, aka Silence 11292, for your generous donations. Appreciate y'all both. Love you for it. My freaking neighbor has been quiet all day, and as soon as I start talking, these clowns want to go get on with the BS. You feel me? Like they don't know I know what they doing. Trifling selves. All right. Trifling. Cool. Love that. All right. So now we're going to go on. We're going to move on to the glorious conspiracy of the Temple of Evolutionary Emergence. I, Cassandra Faye Floyd, as a peculiar expression of the almighty divine she, the great cosmic mother, now join in breath with my global family to conspire on behalf of the whole made well. We are breathing these words together to ensure that our home, her body, is restored to her original perfect glory. Her glory is perfect in peace, love, bliss, happiness, and ecstasy. This world exists because we collectively will it so. We, as the representatives of the mother's reign on earth, speak this beautiful conspiracy as a single cosmic earthly orchestra to guarantee heaven on earth in joyful compliance with our mother's divine will. Possessing the power of our mothers, we speak this glorious future now. It is certainly as we say, Mommy and I are one. Mommy and I are one. Mommy and I are one. And last but certainly not least, from our recently transitioned yay, Mama Zogbe, who had the extraordinary foresight to gift us with this extraordinary book entitled The Sibyls, the First Prophetesses of MamiWata, and the Theft of African Prophecy by the Catholic Church. And this prophecy that I am going to speak from this book came to us from the Sibyl of Kumea in the year 150 CE. Okay, so here we go. Greetings to all of those of you joining in via IG. Thrice 300 thrice 300 years having run their course of fulfillment, Rome by the strife her people shall perish. Let me just say, before completing this, I'm saying Rome right now, and I'm sure our Yeye, Mama Zogbe, would be okay to agree that we need to add Rome and all her conspirators. Rome and all her co-conspirators, known and unknown. Rome, and as a matter of fact, I'm going to add that every time I read it. Every time I read this, Rome and all her co-conspirators, known and unknown. Show lamb. Yep. Thrice 300 years having run their course of fulfillment, Rome and all her co-conspirators, known and unknown, by the strife her people shall perish. Rome and all her co-conspirators are doomed to perish, and that indeed by the judgment of God, because it held her name in hatred, and being the enemy of righteousness, it destroyed the people who kept the truth. There shall come to thee sometime from above a heavenly stroke deserved, O haughty Rome and all her co-conspirators. Ooh, and thou shalt be the first to bend thy neck and be razed to the ground, and thee shall fire destructive utterly consume, cast down upon thy pavements, and thy wealth shall perish, and wolves and foxes dwell in thy foundations, and then shalt thou be wholly desolate, as if not born. Woo! Shit. Woo! Baby. Every time. When I say every time, chills, electricity from head to toe. So those readings, I'm glad I did that today, because those readings actually are a great segue into what I want to talk to you about today. I have not spent a lot of time on social media over the last few days, just enough to keep abreast of if I should pull out my bug out bag and hit the road. You feel me? But not enough to subdue me, not enough to demoralize me, just enough to make sure that I can still be in LA on this particular day and then be up off my social media, because y'all talking too much about bullshit. I'm talking too much about bullshit. And what it does is it deepens the collective despair. And I ain't got no time for that shit. I don't have no time for it. Before we do this, okay? Greetings, the alchemist poet. Appreciate you for joining. Greetings, commanding butterfly. Good to see you here, Omotel. You understand? All right, so let me just tell you what had happened. I did a reading for her sister. I want to shout out Bay for she, gave me a tip after the reading, and it was extraordinarily generous. It was, and I love that. I love that because it's too easy. It's too easy. It's too easy, man, to feel like it's just too easy. And I know if anybody up on here is a person of color, has got a vagina in between their legs, you feel me, is living, quote, outside the margins in any way, then I know you know what I mean. It is too easy to, let me have a conversation with y'all. It's too easy to know why you are here. It's too easy to know why you are here, to be convicted in the knowing of why you are here. Most people live a whole life and never know. But to be so certain, so absolutely sure, and to receive confirmation of that knowing every single time you turn around. Every time, when I tell you, every time you turn around, to receive constant confirmation, especially in those moments where you like trying to walk your destiny fucking back, man. Especially in those moments where you are so close and something will happen in the world, on the TV, whatever, that will have you pause and be like, maybe I'm with that bullshit. Maybe I just need to go on out here in the world and be a regular ass motherfucker. You feel me? Maybe I just need to go on out here and be regular and just keep my head down and my tail tucked in, and hopefully this bullshit will pass me by. I'm telling you, lately, the confirmation has been a roar. When for the greater majority of the 8 years that I've been here in LA, it's been a whisper, the confirmation. I always recognize it when it happens. I'm like, thank you. Appreciate you. Appreciate the confirmation. Love that. You feel me? But it's been a whisper. These last 2 weeks, it has been a roar with goddamn stomping on the floor and claps of goddamn lightning and thunder, bitch. It's been a roar. Every single second that something happens and I'm like, just fucking enough, okay? I'm gonna be fuck this bullshit. I'm about to be out here regular. Fuck that. I'm not doing none of this shit. None of this shit. And every time I think that thought, a roaring, thunderous, blinding confirmation. That's what it's been. When I say that's what it's been, even if it ain't about me. So let me lean into this sister. Got a reading on the new moon. And it was the reading it was the first words that I had said out of my mouth to another human being that day, this reading. And even as I'm facilitating this reading for this sister, baby, I am shooketh to the core. Shooketh. Okay? Shook. And we haven't even gotten to the oracle yet. I'm just talking, telling her what it is, and it's just like rolling off the dome like divine manna, child, like divine manna. Okay? She is on the call like, yo, I cannot believe this shit. I hadn't even pulled a card yet. Okay. We talked for an hour and a half before I even pulled a single card. And I'm just like, and even what came through, I'm like, I'm taking notes for myself of this girl's reading. I was like, oh my God, to know you a genius. And to know that your genius is not genius the way that it has been quantified by your opposition, bitch. The genius is experiencing in real time. When those cells, you can feel, God, you can feel every single second when a lock on your cells is hammered the fuck off. Ooh. You can feel every single time a key has unlocked a mystery that has been kept secret in your cells all the way back down your line to your grandmama, to your great-grandmama, to your great-great-grandmama, and on and on and on. Pressure, stress, fear, tyranny, and all of that shit become the locks on your cells. Listen. When we read that global conspiracy to right all wrongs, and we say today that we rewrite the book of life, how do we do that? How do we rewrite the book of life? We rewrite the book of life by allowing the locks to be crushed. Where are the locks? On every single one of the approximately 8 billion cells in your goddamn body that have come together magnanimously to create the you that you are in this moment. Let me tell you something. That's what I mean when I say genius. That's why I do not hesitate when I say genius. That's why I am so audacious in my condemnation of that which has been forced down our throats as the evidence of genius. And it's not genius, it's glorified mediocrity. That's what it is. There's a difference. Let me just tell, God damn it, let me just tell you the difference before I talk about this reading. We, women in particular, but we sufferers, we the oppressed, we those that have fallen victim to a global illusion, child, a global and consistent illusion. Because we have accepted this thing that has been imposed on us consistently and violently and in the most malicious ways, consistently, no breaks, no ebbs, no end to the pressure, because we have been, this shit has been forced upon us for so long and so consistently, that we sometimes measure ourselves and our intellect by those who have been propped up as the evidence of genius. You feel me? The evidence of genius. And then we will compare our internal divine perfect knowing against this propagated genius. But what is propagated as genius is just hoisted up well shaped and constructed mediocrity, bitch. That's all it is. That's all it is. And the evidence, and it's not just me saying, because I want to say that there is a difference between, let me clarify some things. I have known many, many people of color, people oppressed, people who have a third grade, fifth grade, eighth grade understanding or education, who are genius. I have met them. You feel me? I have met people with multiple degrees, multiple initials behind their names or in front of their names, who was dumb as a box of rocks. I have met them. I have met those people who spent 5, 10, 12, 15 years in college with multiple degrees and are dumb as boxes of rocks. It's an offense to rocks, as a matter of fact. It's an offense to rocks. I've met them. You understand? I have met human beings. We see the evidence of these human beings so often. But even with that, because we collectively kind of default genius, because the evidence that's been put in front of us of genius has been really diabolical. The diabolical nature of this genius is this false genius, this fake genius, this fucking charade, this goddamn illusion of grand proportion. The thing that it does is, see, what we always say, we always attach monetary value as the evidence of genius. You feel me? So when you have these basic socially inept, diabolical, monstrous motherfuckers like Bezos and Elon and what's his name? Kurt, whatever his name is, Alex Kemp, whatever the fuck his name is, him, Patel, Trump, the list goes on. And what's that other nigga name? What's his name? What is his name? Bill Gates. What's his name? Any of the what do you call it? The Rockefellers. Who else? Y'all be so quick to call genius because in your mind, through construction, in your mind, extraordinary, obscenely unfathomable amounts of wealth has to have genius attached to it. There's no other way for a person to have this kind of wealth if they were not genius in their lane. We accept that shit. And so myself included, I be getting a real attitude. Sometimes I be getting real in my feelings about how my money don't match my genius. About how my money don't match my genius. About how my lifestyle in general does not match my genius. I be real mad. And then I have to reel myself in that this is a very foundational pillar, necessity of the or necessary part of the orchestration of the illusion. It requires that you, the oppressed, not the oppressed, because you ain't oppressed. You ain't oppressed. You ain't oppressed, bitch. As a matter of fact, every last one of you that is watching me now, you are a genius. Did you know that? You're a genius. Every single person that is watching me now, not only are you a genius, guess what else? Your money actually match your genius. Did you know that? Your money match your genius. So what am I saying if I'm saying you're not oppressed? You're not oppressed, bitch. What's wrong with you and your relationship to the comfort that your genius is supposed to allow you is that you are robbed. That's how we have to start saying that shit. We have to stop saying that we oppressed. We have to stop saying we marginalized. We have to stop saying we colonized. We have to stop saying all of that. We have to stop saying that we women, and that's why we oppressed. We have to stop saying that shit. We have to define phenomena for our fucking self based on our interests, based on the terms that we set, and that articulates clearly what the hell we're after. You hear me? Our articulation of our place in the world, what is our absolute divine right to experience in the world, we have to articulate it that way instead of using the language of those who attempt to step on our necks after they done robbed us blind. After they done robbed us blind, we have to say what our experience is, even if it feels in this moment that that's not our experience. You spiritual people, y'all be saying that all the time. This is the secret of manifestation. Is not to say what you is right now, but to see the you that you want to be in the future and speak that shit right now. Not only are we, quote, free, we are abundant, we are well. Ills, disease are a thing of the past, unimaginable to the brilliance that is us. Do you understand? We are our mothers and all our mamas. Every mother that's ever existed, we are our mother's wildest imagination manifest, bitch. That's what we are. And what is going to require is that we stop equating genius with opulence. We have to stop equating genius with opulence. An asshole can rob a bitch. That's what you're looking at. Nobody that's a billionaire on the planet is genius. No one. We have to redefine genius. You understand? Nobody on the planet. What is there? 3,000 plus billionaires on the planet. Not one of them are genius. What they are and what we have to start attaching to the name of billionaire is not genius. Not some default. They supposed to live like that because there's something they know that we don't know, and that's why we don't live like that. And we have to aspire to be like them. We have to learn the game. That's what's wrong, is we ain't learned the game. We ain't learned the game in the language of economics, and that's why we don't look like them. Stop it. Stop it. Stop. We have to articulate our rights as divine beings on this planet, because that's who we are. We are divine beings on this planet. You understand? And I'm going to tell you some other things. Let me just talk about this reading. Because while I was doing this reading, and I'm having breakthrough after breakthrough after breakthrough, literally feeling the locks just pop. You understand? After an hour of talking to this woman, I was like, so I know this was all breakthrough shit for you. I saw you taking notes. So do you want me to pull a card for you? You know what I'm saying? We don't really need it, but if you want me to pull a card for you, I will pull a card for you if you need some confirmation. Okay? Boom, 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 boom. Breakthrough reading. Feel me? I'm going to share with you, and I told the sister I was. I'm going to share with you the card that I pulled for this woman. And both of us were sitting there in tears, like could not believe that after an hour of, listen, what do they call it? The doors of perception, right? That when you open the doors of perception, blah, 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 right? Baby, after talking to this woman for an hour, giving it to her. You need to do this. Your ancestors is harassing the hell up out of you. You need to tell them this. You need to give them this and this and this and this coming through, right? Let me tell you the card that I pulled for this motherfucking woman on Sunday, which was our entry into the sign of Aquarius, and it was the new moon. I said, I'm gonna read this card to the temple, goddamn, because this shit is off the chain. Let me put my eyes back on. And I know that somebody is gonna be fed from this card because this card blew both of us away. I pulled one card for this girl. You feel me? And then she sent me this extraordinary. I'll just tell you what she sent me. The reading ain't but $153 for an hour. This sister sent me $300 as a tip. She was like, yo, thank you. I needed you on this day of the new moon and our entry into Aquarius. And I was like, yes, goddess, more like that. And the reason I started that is because sometimes it's easy for us to get demoralized when people don't recognize our genius, because the poster child for genius is mediocrity. The poster children for genius is mediocrity. And so we be self-questioning the geniuses that we are. People born with uteruses. People born with mamas, okay? Every last one of us is a goddamn genius. That's not my opinion. Do you know how many damn research studies have shown that children are born with genius level comprehension, and by the time they are in kindergarten, that is cut in half? Did you know that? There are a ton of studies that have said that by the time them babies are in kindergarten, that genius is cut in half. By the time they are in the third grade, it's down another half. So I'm not telling you anything that is not backed by science. Damn, that was fine. So I'm going to show you the card. And let me tell you what the fuck happened. I did this. Let me just tell y'all, man. I read this card for this sister on, I think it was Monday. No. What's today? Thursday? It was Tuesday. I read this card for this sister on Tuesday, and I've been holding it ever since. I've never pulled this card out of this deck. This is my Kali deck. Never pulled this card, so I'm always hyped when I get a new card. Never pulled this card. Read the card. Mind blown. Boop de boop de boop. Yesterday, so yesterday was Wednesday. Yeah, yesterday. So the next day, child, I am in a wormhole of gargantuan proportion. Okay, gargantuan proportion. I'm literally talking to myself out loud. Okay, I cannot open up another document. I cannot read another document. I have shit I need to do. I can't be in the K-hole this long. I cannot be in the K-hole this long. Okay, and so I'm in these documents that are punching me in the face, baby. I'm all the way in. And one of the books, it was a PDF book. And just as I'm fighting with myself to come up off this internet, I'm almost blind, bitch, because I was in this just like this for 8 solid hours without moving yesterday. I'm not joking. 8 solid I didn't get up to get a drink for 8 solid hours yesterday. Staging a contest with myself. You got to come up out of here, bitch. You got to come up out of here. This shit you got to do. And this is important, but you need to free up yourself to be able to do this without stress. To be able to do this shit you're doing right here without worrying about, are you going to have a place to live next week type of shit. You feel me? So as I am about to close out all of the tabs that I have open of all these books that I need to download, whole books, y'all, just as I go to click off this book that I had opened, every time you open a book on this particular app that I have, every time you open a book, it will give you a whole list of books off to the right that are related to the subject that this book is talking about, right? And so just as I go to X out of this last book, baby, at the top of the list of recommended books was an image almost identical to the card that I had read for the sister the day before. I said, listen, I said, what do you want with me? Okay. I need this studying that I'm doing, these 16-hour nights. I'm not lying, man. I have been up in here in a whole ass place since the solstice a month ago. in a whole, as a matter of fact, since the solstice today, exactly a month ago, in a whole ass way, right? And so, um, this card, almost an exact image of this goddess on this card was the recommended book for the last. I was like, I'm done. I'm gonna take this book as a goddamn confirmation. I need to be up off here, not the other way. You feel me? So this card is called Lalita Tripura Sundari. Let me put my eyes on. Let me put my eyeballs on. When I say the confirmations have gone from a whisper to a roar, I'm not joking. So I'm gonna show y'all the image of the card. Show IG first. So this is Lalita Tripala Sundari. When I tell you that this pulling this card for the sister after what I spent an hour and a half telling her and what I needed for myself, y'all, let me tell you what this card say. So the whole deck, just for those who have not seen me pull any cards. So this is the deck. It is the Kali Oracle deck. The Kali Oracle deck. Okay? Get your life right. The Kali Oracle deck. I love this deck. Okay? Okay. With luminous grace, she plays her ways into your heart. Come on, y'all. Softening hardness and despair, awakening remembrance of light, of love, of joy. No matter what you have experienced, your heart shall be cleansed and released from ugliness, sorrow, and pain. Negative karmic legacies will be cleared away. Our divine sister goddess invites you to recognize her golden restorative beauty shining within your heart. Cultivate that which is worthy of such beauty, for this is your essential nature. Gracefully release all else with dignity. This is the lesson for the card. The third of the, thank you for the donation, Java Watson. The third of the Mahavidya wisdom goddesses, Lalita Tripura Sundari, is the divine mother manifesting as light, playfulness, and beauty. In the Shakti Tantras, or scriptures of the divine feminine, there are two schools of thought. One school celebrates Kali as the primordial origin of the universe, and the other worships Lalita as such. Yet they are but two faces of the divine one mother. You hear me? My whole body is buzzing. Ooh. They are but two faces of the one divine mother. Lalita doesn't compete with Kali. She is her boon-giving brightness. Lalita's presence in a reading is a reminder to play. Y'all. Lalita's presence in a reading is a reminder to play. Her sadhana, or practice, asks us to cleanse and heal our minds so that we do not become consumed or overwhelmed by the suffering or ugliness happening in our world. Without denying the dark side of the human race, or human nature, we can look through the inner eye to see what is happening at a spiritual level. If we look for the inner spiritual truth, we will find divine beauty. That is the courage, kindness, selflessness, generosity, love, and strength that humans develop and express in response to their problems. Lalita is the power to recondition the mind away from agony and into delight. This doesn't require changing the world, but rather seeing it differently. Instead of seeing humanity as victimized, weak, ego-driven, and wounded, we can affirm humanity as a collective of spiritually brave souls willing to incarnate and grow during a challenging time of spiritual obscuration on earth. There is divine beauty in such boldness of spirit. Internally, we shift from despair to awe, changing our chemistry along with our consciousness. Whoo, shit. As that takes place, we begin to vibrate energetically at a higher frequency. Challenges are recognized as means through which blessings can be activated. The mindset of the warrior fighting against darkness can shift into the mindset of the priestess facilitating the increasing presence of spiritual light upon the earth. Listen, the mindset of the oh my God. The mindset of the warrior fighting against darkness can shift into the mindset of the priestess facilitating the increasing presence of spiritual light upon the earth. Same world, same circumstances, but different approach, interpretation, and response, which in turns leads to a different experience and future for us all. Listen, God damn it. Whew. Sometimes we need the darkness, the feistiness of Kali, and the warrior spirit. Yet at other times, the lightness of heart, the delighted mind, and the buoyant spirit are what will open the way for us. For life to happen, we need both night and day. Listen, for life to happen, we need both night and day, winter and summer, and everything in between. Lalita is the reminder to give due honor to the brightness and light, especially if we have been dealing with a lot of darkness. In a reading, Lalita Tripura Sundari is a sign of good things intended for you. The ending of a truly difficult time is near, as a spiritual shift from the dark night of the soul into something of a golden era in your life. Let me just motherfucking tell y'all right now, goddamn. Listen, okay. It is a promise of release into beauty and grace. Do your work to orient yourself, to shift your inner being, to be ready for her. What would it be like to dispense with worry and dwell within a continual infusion of golden grace? This is the way of Lalita. Be open to experiences of rest, pleasure, and beauty, which can elevate your frequency and help you discover new solutions to old issues. Come on in the room, Lalita. Come on in the room, Lalita. Come on in the room, Lalita. Lalita helps the mind break free from poverty consciousness and belief in lack. Inner healing and transformation manifest through her playful energies. We become able to find delight and joy once more. Listen, Tripura translates as 3 cities and refers to the triple goddess as a virgin, Bala, as a fertile woman, Sundari, and as the crone, Baharavi. In a reading, this oracle indicates a change so radical and profound that it is irreversible. Can y'all come on in the goddamn room right now? I'm just saying. Can y'all come on in the room with this card? Listen. 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 Can y'all come on in the room with this goddamn card right now? It says that when you pull this here card in a reading, which represents all of them as the one united. You feel me? Yes. Ajay Dudu, Ajay Fun Fun, and Ajay Pupa. Yes, ma'am. Come on in the room, Java. Come on in the room, Java Watson. Yes. That when all of them become united, one. Here it says the Tripura translates to 3 cities, which refers to the triple goddess as the virgin, Bala, as the fertile woman, Sundari, and as the crown, Bhairavi. In a reading, this oracle indicates a change so radical and profound that it is irreversible. Come on in the room. A previous chapter of your life is truly closing and will not be reopened again. This will be reason for celebration. Listen, I'm having a whole point. This will be reason for celebration, for the intervention of Lalita in our lives brings only delight, only joy, only happiness, and only fulfillment. Oh my God. Oh. Y'all ain't up in here. Y'all ain't in the room. Oh, 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 oh. Oh, 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 oh. God damn it. Listen. Okay. Whatever you need to release right now shall create the space for what is divinely destined for you to manifest through her grace. Whew. What did I just tell y'all at the opening, child? Y'all ain't poor. Y'all ain't oppressed. Y'all ain't victimized. Y'all are rich beyond imagining. Now you have to remove the obstacles that have been preventing you from you to stand up and greet your goddamn wealth. I'm having a whole new moment off this card just from our introduction time together. She say, listen, just clear the shit out the way that's been blocking you from standing up and greeting your destiny, from you standing up and greeting your wealth, from you standing up and greeting your divine health, standing up and greeting your fucking destiny. And there's something in the way, bitch. There's something in the way. And we know what it is. This right here say that this will be, listen, this will be reason for celebration. What will be reason for celebration? She say right here that when this reading comes up, it's so radical and profound that it's irreversible. Come on in the room. That once we take on this task, bitch, once we take on this task, the so-called villains of the world will be so far distant in the past that it will seem like a dream, just a bad dream we had. That it is so profound that it is irreversible and will never be reopened again. This is cause for much celebration for the intervention of the divine she united as one. You understand? She only is interested in that which brings us delight and joy and happiness and fulfillment. Why is fulfillment important? Then we do a whole long live a week ago about how the word Saturn etymologically breaks down to mean perfect fulfillment, to one's fullness, to one's desires being met to fullness. Isn't that what Saturn meant? That's been given this bad name, this bad rap, this bad stilo all this time, even to today. Our great-grandmother Crone, the drudgerous, the evil, the wicked, the diabolical, the monstrous, the witch, the evil, the Satan, the this and this and this and this. Meanwhile, she looking us right in our face all the time as we talking this bullshit, saying, damn, all I want for you bitches to do is be happy. I give y'all everything that you need without labor, without work, without force, but you will go and seek everything but leisure. You will go and seek everything but, listen, and this card right here say, that's all she want for you. But you got one task, is to clear out of the way that which has been blocking you from your relationship to her. Whatever you need to release right now shall create the space for you. Let's see. Whatever you need to release right now shall create the space for what is divinely destined for you to manifest. Do you understand? Through her grace and her grace alone. You have every reason to feel hopeful. We don't feel hopeful in the Temple of Evolutionary Emergence, though, do we? We don't believe in hope. We don't believe in hope. We don't believe in faith. We don't believe in belief, do we? What do we accept as truth? Certainty. Certainty is what we accept as truth. That's it. Not hopes and prayers, beliefs and faith. None of that bullshit. We are moved. We trust only in certainty. She said, this shit I'm telling you is certain. If you have been struggling with poverty consciousness or have lost a sense of joy and gratitude for your life path, Lalita is a portent of heart healing and restoration of grace, light, and dignity in your heart. You shall awaken to your true inner beauty. You shall enjoy a change of pace and a release from intensity. Open your heart and orient your mind towards the golden era. Listen to me. Y'all ain't gonna understand why I named this live what I named it until we get up in here. But I was so moved by so much of the rest of this card that I had forgotten that she talked about the golden era, the golden age, all throughout the last part of the card. And it matches perfectly. So I'm going to, okay, so it says, say the following prayer. This is the invocation ritual that comes with every card. Say the following prayer of invocation with one hand resting at your heart. You feel me? Lalita Trapuri Sendari, golden goddess at play, joyful Jagatambi, loving mother of the world and benevolent queen of the universe. You are all giving, so generous and kind. I open my heart to you in wonder at your unwavering desire that I should simply be happy and free. Are y'all hearing this prayer right now? Your generosity melts all resistance. In your presence, I am as humble as a sage and as happy as a delighted child. You are my divine mother. You love me so much on every level. I welcome your golden presence into my being, into my life, and into the world. For the spiritual liberation of all beings, Ja Ma Lalita Devi. Ooh, listen, okay? Listen, listen, listen. There's a completion for the prayer. So that's the prayer, right? So somebody's saying I need the prayer. So just FYI, if you want to receive a picture of the card and a picture of the invocation ritual so that you can move through the rest of our little Saturnian time, because Aquarius is Saturn too, right? So if you want to move through the rest of the Saturnian time, using this invocation, which I will be doing. I need to print this out big somewhere and just put it up in the house. Send me an email to the temple's email address, which is EvoEmeTemp at gmail.com. That's EvoEmeTemp at gmail.com. And I will, and just say Kali ritual. And I will send you a picture of the card itself and also of the invocation ritual. So this is like rounding out the ritual. It says, see, sense, intend, and feel that you are moving deep into the spacious inner temple of your heart. There, a swirling golden light is reaching towards you. That light swirls elegantly, playfully, delightedly in multiple directions. You see it, you sense it so powerful, intelligent, kind, and healing. This swirling gold light expands so it fills your entire energy field and then encapsulates the space around you. It captures all energetic streams of darkness, whisking them away from you, transforming them instantly into delight, happiness, and freedom. You are peaceful, protected, and blessed. You shine as a beautiful priest or priestess of her golden light. Your luminous heart your luminous heart radiates her golden swirling intelligence in all directions and through all dimensions for the spiritual benefit of all beings. Allow yourself to connect with the joy and delight of this. Okay? So that's Lalita up in the house. Okay? That's Lalita. That's Lalita right there. And then I'm gonna read one more for you. This one I didn't read for the sister, but it fell out of my hand when I pulled her cards. I was like, let me put this aside because I'm sure it's going to be impactful. I haven't read this card, but I left it aside because it fell out of the deck when I was, you know, what do you call it, shuffling the deck. So I was like, I'm gonna read this another day for the temple because I know it's got to be significant. So we reading this one together. This is another new pull from this deck. It is called Dumavati. So I'll show it to y'all on IG first, and then to y'all over here on Facebook. I mean on YouTube. This is Dumavati. Okay. So this is specifically for the temple because, like I said, I didn't read this for the sister. I just kept it as a temple specific. So we both learning on the way. Beloved mother who dwells in the smoke, who presides over the most difficult transitions. She who knows that certain endings are unavoidable. They are necessary predecessors to radical reinvention. Come on in the room. Oh, Lord, have mercy. Come on. She who knows that certain endings are unavoidable. They are necessary predecessors to radical reinvention. Yes, 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 yes. Yes. Mm-hmm. Her presence brings the message that though disappointment, defeat, or loss, and the negative repercussions of such experiences may cause suffering for a time, they will not limit your future happiness. They are a means for opening as yet unrecognized pathways for fulfillment. Your trust must be unconditional at this time, and later you shall see that everything has worked out for the absolute best. The seventh of the Mahadvya wisdom goddesses is Dhumavati. She is the crone goddess, and uniquely in the Hindu context from which she arises, also a widow. Her name means she who is made of smoke, and as the expression goes, where there's smoke, there's fire. Dhumavati is associated with profound suffering. Just as smoke is the polluting and concealing manifestation of fire, it can be hard to believe there is any divine blessing, hidden or otherwise, when we are in the agonies of intense suffering. Y'all, listen. In honoring Dhumavati, we acknowledge that suffering is a part of life and can develop compassion. Our capacity for kindness is often in direct proportion to the suffering we have experienced and processed, as it can grow empathy and wisdom in the soul. Some continue to create pain for themselves and others. And others alleviate suffering in the world through what they have learned. The difference listen, God, the difference comes through the willingness to face and process pain. Duma, son of a God damn it. Yo. Oh my God. Dhumavati can help us find the courage to be real about our suffering, neither becoming lost in it nor avoiding it, but rather go through it and process it. Dhumavati is often associated with the most painful aspects of human existence: aging, disease, thirst, poverty, hunger, death, and ugliness on all levels. This may cause some to fear her and try to push her away. Yet when we are suffering greatly, oh my God. God. Yo. Yo. Yeah. God damn. Oh my God. This may cause some to fear her and try to push her away. Yet when we are suffering greatly, oh my God, we can know that she is with us. With her black smoky skin, she becomes the blackened Madonna, the beloved mother. The blackened Madonna, the beloved mother, who does not watch our suffering from some remote place in blissful detachment. Oh shit! Woo! God damn! Ooh. Mm-mm. 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 Mm. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Woo. Mm-mm. Oh, 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 oh. Mm. Mm-mm. Yes. Listen. With her black, smoky skin, she becomes the blackened Madonna, the beloved mother, who does not watch our suffering from some remote place in blissful detachment, but is suffering along with us. Our cries resonate in her heart. Oh, our emotional anguish, in our emotional anguish, she is our sacred companion. And her presence can help us bear witness with honesty and courage. Yo, my God. Healing begins with an acknowledgement of suffering. You can Mm-mm. 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 You cannot resolve an issue if you deny it exists. Bearing honest witness is the only way for change to begin. God damn it. Oh, oh. When Dumavati arises in a reading, there is an opportunity to end a profound and difficult struggle, perhaps one that is obscured and difficult to articulate and acknowledge. Oh my God. Such truth speaking to yourself happens when you can admit this is not good for me, or I am not yet sure what or how, but something needs to stop. Dumavati is sometimes depicted with two crows attempting to pull a cart they cannot move. At other times, her cart is without means of movement at all. She brings the message that the path you are on cannot take you any further. God, listen, listen. The mother is up in this space. Okay. Oh, shit. Oh, my God. Listen. Yo. This card is all of us. It is all of us. It is not an individual. It is all of us in this moment, in this time, in this space. This card is all of us. Oh my God. This does not mean that life is over, but rather that life as you have known it has come to an end. Yo, my God. Woo, woo. Oh my God. Mm-mm. Oh my God. Okay. Listen, this is the inception of a new cycle. To be ready for it, as we know from Kali's mysteries, we must grieve and release what has been. In the social context from which Dumavati emerges, widows are at the edges of acceptable social status. In this way, Dumavati is a goddess for those who have been shunned, criticized, or denounced, those forced out of social status or position through circumstances that are not necessarily of their own choosing. Y'all, listen. Y'all better be bigging up this goddamn read right now. This a whole moment. This a whole moment. Listen, when external events seem to be forcing you in a certain direction, feelings of vulnerability can arise, but then so can a sense of being deeply guided by the universe. Dumavati's presence signifies a time when something you once counted on has failed you in some way. Through that through that process, opportunities open that would not have been otherwise available to you. If I'm just sitting here thinking, y'all, if you know how people who be riding motorcycles or like skateboards and shit, you feel me? They'll ride with like a little camera on their head so you can see everything that's happening in real time as they doing what they doing. I was just sitting here thinking, I need a motherfucking camera on my head. When I be going into these wormholes and up in here straight tripping. I don't be studying silent. I be up in here straight tripping. And I just had this thought in my mind that I need a camera on my head so that they can bear witness to this process as ritual in real time. This shit is fucking ceremony, bitch. This shit is ceremony. Listen, this shit is ceremony. I'm having such a moment right now, and I wish I could communicate to you the moment because it is when I'm telling you lightning bolt thunder clapping confirmation of these 6 hours that I spent in this motherfucking chair today and did not read this card. Yeah, oh my God. Listen. When external events seem to be forcing you in a certain direction, feelings of vulnerability can arise, but then so can a sense of being deeply guided by the universe. Dhumavati's presence signifies a time when something you once counted on has failed you in some way. Through that process, opportunities open up that would not have been otherwise available to you. Dhumavati is the harbinger of endings and loss, but also of radical trust and secret blessings that are revealed after. It says, wait a minute, blessings that are revealed after, later, and most often unexpectedly. Something avoided at all costs happens anyway. And we end up being grateful for it because it frees us. New horizons open up, everything changes. It wasn't easy. It took courage. It hurt a lot. We had to grow, but she was there with us, letting us know this feels terrible, but something good is going to come from it. The pain will end. You are going to be more than just okay. You're going to thrive. Woo! This is the invocation for this card. Okay. Ma Dhumavati, I honor your powerful presence and secret blessings that lead to spiritual liberation. I gratefully receive your powers of protection, warding off negativity and defending me from enemies known and unknown, within and without. You acknowledge my suffering and the suffering of all beings so that healing and awakening can truly occur. You show us when and how to lean into the mysterious workings of the universe. You gift me freedom and entry into new worlds. The prayers of our dark mother's gracious mind rise upon your smoky essence. But may blessings and healing manifest for the spiritual benefit of all beings. Jama, Jama, Jama. Now take a moment to acknowledge where you are struggling right now. It may be pain in your life, pain you sense in others, or the world. That acknowledgement can become the ending of a pathway that cannot lead you anywhere worth going. You don't have to know how to start a new path. The Divine Mother knows. As you honestly and courageously bear witness, you can speak your declaration. Divine Mother, healing, change, and compassionate awakening is needed here. Complete your practice with your mantra sequence. Om Doom Doom Doomavati Doomavati Swaha. Ja Ma Kali Ja 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 Ma. Om Doom Doom Doomavati Swahaje Swahaje Ma Kali Ja Ja Ma. Bow your heads, bow with your hands in prayer. You've completed your sacred ritual. Baby, I needed this tonight. Let me tell you, I needed this tonight. Got, damn. Okay. Woo! Yo. Yes. Thank you, Mother. Thank you for that. Okay. Thank you for that. That was awesome. Okay. All right. Now, we can get into the business at hand. It's a lot, and so I'm not going to be up on here all night. This might be multiple parts, but I'm glad we started with that impromptu reading, because today's lesson, let me just say, I appreciate that last card so much, because I actually sat up in here today in another wormhole and trying to decide, like really finding it difficult to determine what of the hundreds of pages I've read over the last 48 hours, and I'm not exaggerating, what is the most important? What is the most important approach? What in this moment, given the events of the last few days, is the most urgent to communicate and at the same time, the most empowering to demystify. Okay. Because 2 days ago, I think it was, I woke up. As a matter of fact, this rotten motherfucker in the White House did it deliberate on the damn new moon. Congress passed the SAVE Act. Oh, this boy, god damn it. Cut it out. Now, either you coming in to stand out, but you ain't gonna stand out here hollering at the door. You coming in? Huh? No, we ain't doing that. We ain't doing that. Hold on just a second. Oh, sorry about that. What was I saying? What was going to be the most important? To communicate, demystify, while at the same time empower. Okay? Because to me, I feel like so much of what's happening on these social media platforms, on YouTube, all these quote exposés, because we think if people just know, if people just know, that's not that's not it. That's not it. Because if in the conclusion you are not attempting to empower human beings, if you in the revelatory conclusion are not giving people, first of all, demystifying what you're telling them, and then in the conclusion saying, this is why I am confident, I am certain that we can take this shit, because the demystification process takes it off the pedestal that we've raised it up to. That's why I started out talking about how we have always been force-fed this bullshit about genius being synonymous with why billionaires exist. Billionaires don't exist because they genius. Billionaires exist because of brute force, armed fucking robbery. That's it. That's all. That's it. It's the only reason they exist. It's because they have mastered the art of brute force, armed robbery that is shrouded in a suit and tie and quote respectability politics. That's the only reason billionaires exist. That's it. There's no genius attached to it. That's why I started out by saying sometimes I fall victim to that shit. How is it a basic, mediocre, ignorant son of a bitch can be a billionaire and I'm a genius walking? Why am I a genius walking? Because I allow all of the compilations of the genius that's been held captive in my cells through stress and imposed fear and terror campaigns and shit. And I have sat in my cells. I sat in my cells and say, okay, all this genius that's up in these cells, talking about every ancestor that has lived before me. You understand? I'm gonna need y'all to come on through because I can't solve this shit by myself. So I'm gonna make a way for me to be what does our medicine woman deck say that I'm always over quoting? That when God talks to you and says, baby, you are the conduit through which I do my best work. That's what she say. You are the conduit. You human, you everyone born, you everybody with a mama. You are the conduit. You are the interface through which I do my best work. I cannot do my work, God. I cannot do my work on this earth in the material realm without these conduits that are you, through which I can show myself off. But it is only through a well-rested and relaxed you that I do my best work. Don't she say that? It is only through a relaxed and well-rested you that I do my best work. This becomes, so it sounds really beautiful, right? Really spiritual and really esoteric and beautiful. But no, bitch, that's science. It's a science. That's a scientific statement your mother just made. It's a scientific statement your mother just made that helps you to understand why this system has set up all of these processes to make sure that you are perpetually tired, perpetually exhausted, can never get enough rest, feel guilty taking a day off, can't be stressing about if you get, oh, I can't get sick because I can't afford no day off. This shit, when I'm telling y'all that this monstrosity that we call the state, that we call the government, is a well-oiled, functioning perfectly machine. There are no accidents. There are no, y'all, this shit is functioning just like it's supposed to. And if you can accept that, because that's what you have to accept, is that this motherfucker works exactly how it's supposed to. That means your suffering is a part of the overall game plan. Your perpetual state of fear, uncertainty, and anxiety is necessary for it to work appropriately. And the other thing that it teaches you is that all of these faces that are put forward in front of you all the time as synonymous with genius, as the evidence of genius, I want to tell y'all something. That genius, let me say this. Because there's a difference between intellect and genius. Let's say that. Let's establish that first. There's a difference between intellect and genius in my mind. You feel me? The difference is this. I spent half of the day in a wormhole about so-called geniuses. And it never, you want me to tell you how I got on the whole thing about geniuses? Let me tell you how it happened. Because I just saw this thing the other day when they were saying that the SAVE Act got passed by Congress. That now Trump is trying to get it passed through Senate, which he will if we allow it. That Trump is trying to pass this law that would make it so that only married couples with a man as the head of the couple will be qualified to vote, that the man will cast the vote for the whole family, that nobody else will qualify to vote in the family. It will be the man. They just Congress just passed that bullshit on Monday. Okay. And people are all in their feelings and shit. And I was saying right away, I wish these motherfuckers would have been watching my channel for the last 5 years, because I will be goddamn if I have not said every single thing that has happened to a T, to such a specificity, that I feel like I should be out this motherfucker with a big ass crystal ball saying, I see in the future this, because that's the only way y'all gonna believe that what I have been saying for the last 5 years is real. Not that me being a scientist, not that me being a historian, not that me being a goddamn genius, not that me being an astute disciple of E5 for 15 years, seeing how everything on earth is politics. That wouldn't have been enough to convince you. No, I would have been better off with a turban, you feel me, and a smoke machine in the background, you feel me, doing one of these numbers. Y'all have been more likely to believe. I was thinking about this young woman that was in our reading group about 2 years ago, who called herself having an attitude and stopped following the channel, stopped coming into the reading group. You being a, what you call it? You being a fear monger. You talking about women gonna be they just setting us up for people to accept the new witch trials, and that women are gonna be the primary target and all of that shit. Just sound like fear mongering. I said, no, it's not fear mongering. I'm saying that if you know now, there are things that we can do to prevent what they are attempting to make inevitable. Just because they planned is for some shit, don't mean that shit is inevitable. We have to set the course, man. But I'll be goddamn saying that shit 4 years ago. Was it 4 years ago? 4 years ago. What year is it? Oh, 22. Yeah, 4 years ago in 2022. And I kept saying that if we do not, first of all, this is my personal position, and it's not an opportunistic position. If we do not build the Temple of Evolutionary Emergence, because you cannot point to a single motherfucker nowhere on earth telling you what I'm telling you, giving you for free what I'm giving you, and making that shit tangible. Some shit that you can eat off of, take right up off this YouTube and go out into the world and it transform your behavior. Nobody. I don't give a fuck. And it's because people might be saying bits and pieces of shit that sound familiar to you, but are they giving you a conclusion? Are they telling you what must be done? I've been telling y'all for 5 years what the fuck must be done. Not just giving you information. I'm not interested in that. This shit ain't even paying me enough just to be giving y'all information. I'm trying to unleash. You remember that scene in the goddamn movie? What was it? Clash of the Titans. You remember that movie, The Clash of the Titans? Whether it's the new version or the old version. Y'all remember that movie, Clash of the Titans? And at the end, when they supposed to be unleashing the Titan, the Kraken to destroy the city. Remember that? What I think it was. Who was it? Was it Hades? Hades says, "Unleash the Kraken!" And this big old Titan comes up from out of the water. Bitch, that's what I'm trying to do for you. I'm trying to unleash you. You are the Kraken. You are the Leviathan. You are the great big evil, the great big faceless, nameless evil that they always talking about, but is right in your face, bitch, because that's you. You are the Titan. You are the Titan. We together are the Titan. That's what I'm trying to do up on here. You understand? And so I spent today in this wormhole and thinking about every time I'm reading a new article, every time I'm reading a new story, every time I'm reading a new book today, today, I'm like, oh my God, you know what, since it's 11:11 up in here, y'all time, wherever you at, Vayoni, how you doing, boo? Let me just say, I've been having such radical moments, man. Listen. No way. How you spell your name? Tajare? I hope I didn't butcher that, boo. Tajare 1973 said, hilarious. I just said release the Kraken to my daughter today because she loves to laugh. This is confirmation. We can laugh about it, right? This confirmation. This is what remember what I'm always talking about that the only way to feed the dragon, to nurture the giant, to strengthen the baby so that motherfucker can make a break is to recognize the majesty in the mundane. Is to accept the significance of the seemingly small. This is what grows you. It's like when you have a little bitty baby, you don't give them steak. Your mama put the little for you and then give it to you in a way that you can eat it as your little baby self until you can get stronger and your teeth get stronger to do it for yourself. So many of you are babies. You are infants. You are infants in your walk with the giant that lives in you. Do you hear me? You are babies. You are infants. You are newborns in this period that is radically requiring rapid growth and development. But your ass can't eat a motherfucking steak first. That's why I'm always talking to you about these little confirmations that I get from spirit. You understand? You have to honor them as if they are giant. These little confirmations. You feel me? And when I say little confirmations, I mean just like this moment where I'm saying, release the Kraken. I didn't know where the fuck that came from, but she said, I just said that to my baby today. Yes, that's a confirmation. This is what it means when we come together and weave and construct a new tapestry that will contend with the one that exists. Do you understand what I'm saying? And so I'm sitting up in here reading today, every single thing. I'm just like, my mind is just blown open, right? And the thing that started me on this shit was this bullshit with the SAVE Act. You feel me? So they announced the SAVE Act and everybody's lamenting and woeing. Oh my gosh, I can't believe this is happening. Why you can't believe this happening, bitch? Why can you not believe? First of all, stop saying that. Why can you not believe this is happening? Why can you not believe that today is today? Why can you not believe the sequence of events that have occurred since last November when old boy staged a coup on the White House? Because that's what he did. That's what he did. Yeah, why y'all acting brand new? I'll tell you why you're acting brand new. Some of y'all are going to be hurt by this information. But some of you many of you are acting brand new because you have moved through this life. This is not a condemnation. This is not a question of blame. It is to, just like this card says, that we cannot evolve without facing and acknowledging where we are, what we are going through, and the fucking role we played. Now, that card didn't say that, but I added it in the role we played and how we got to this moment. And at the end of the day, damn, that's good. There's too many people, too many of you who are refusing to do any of the above. And it's not my place to force you. It is my task, my self-appointed role as the God of my universe and recognizing my role within the greater God that is she, to function as medicine in real time for that which plagues us all, to show you yourself so that you can never say, I didn't know. Nobody told me. I didn't understand. It's not to make you feel guilty because guilt is not useful. It's not useful. It is to release you from that which has been posed on you and that you have accepted. Two things have to happen. It's been imposed on you and then you accepted it. You feel me? And so there are too many of you who are so scared and so confused and so dismayed and so bewildered about today. Y'all be wondering why I be keeping it cool. In the face of all this madness with this lunatic up in the office, y'all be wondering why I keep it so cool. That's the shit that does not stress me. Nothing that has happened in that White House is making me trip. Because for 5 years, I've been telling y'all, every day they are showing you what their intentions are. Every day they are showing. As a matter of fact, this month is the 10-year anniversary month of Donald Trump making his public declaration and his intention to run for president the first time. This month, 10 years ago. I study history every day. I mean, every day. Because history is not a straight line with dots on it of historical events. History is a 5-dimensional spiral, always overlapping on itself, going in and out of itself, moving in and out of itself, waiting for rectification. And it occurred to me a week ago. I was like, God damn. As a matter of fact, when it occurred to me was when y'all had your panties in a bunch about Michael B. Jordan not winning no award. What was the Academies? Not winning no award for sinners. See, these motherfuckers be paying attention to fucking cycles, bitch. Because 10 years ago, this month, the Academy Awards was first. Then in February, the Oscars are coming up. 10 years ago, February was the whole campaign. Oscars so white. Oscars so white, where all the black people, all the black actors was boycotting the Oscars because there were no black nominees, no black winners, and this and that and this and that. And the rest of the year, all of the award shows, the MTV Music Awards, the Grammy Awards, all the historically Black categories that have been fought tooth and nail for by Black artists, all the historically Black categories in both those music award shows were taken by white folks. Macklemore, what's that girl name? Adele, what's the best rap, best new R&B, this and that and this. All of the categories were taken by white artists that were previously these categories that were historically Black categories. I said, this is writing on the wall. You understand? And and so I was just thinking about this last week, because also 10 years ago this year, in response to all of this shit that was happening socially, I guess in response to Trump making his announcement that he was going to run for president, this brother who we are not associated anymore, but this brother who I'd done work with, who I really, really love, child, as a brother, you know what I'm saying, as a comrade, called me and was like, look, the time is now. Like, this shit crazy that's happening. And he called me in February, 10 years ago. And he said, we need to do our own award show. And it needs to be at the same level of these award shows that everybody's lamenting about. And we did an award show in Atlanta, Georgia. The week, let's see, it was 3 days before the presidential election. 3 days before the presidential election that elected Donald Trump as president of the United States, we did an award show called the Black Power Awards. We had a goal of 323 people. 825 Black-skinned people came to this event in Atlanta, Georgia, to a 12-hour event in Atlanta, Georgia, with no incident. I said, oh my God, this year is so much more pivotal. Everybody's talking about this year is the 250th anniversary, official anniversary of America. This year is hugely pivotal, and it is ours for the taking. If we can shift, if we can pivot what we see as the potential being offered for this year. And so this dude talking about the SAVE Act, where only married couples will be able to vote, and only the head of the household, a male head of the household. I was like, these motherfuckers is desperate. And desperate times in their mind call for desperate measures, which means reactionary measures. So they putting themselves on Front Street. They showing all their hands. This bullshit that he did with Greenland. I went into another deep dive today. I was like, why is he acting like a baby throwing a temper tantrum about the damn Nobel Prize, the Nobel Peace Prize? So let me just show you. Let me just tell you what I found out about that. Hold on. I always knew it was suspect. That's why I ain't never gave it no validity. Where did I save that? I have only about 1 million tabs open. I think I might have. Let's see. Oh, here it is. All right. So I'm gonna read something to y'all, because I think that's what got me on it. Was like the SAVE Act was part of it, but then also his little temper tantrum about this damn Nobel Peace Prize. When I tell you, I don't leave a stone unturned. And so I said, let's talk about who this prize is named after, why the prize is named after him, why it is so sought after. And I already knew what the conclusion was going to be, because my conclusion is the same all the time. What's my conclusion? If anything is created by white men while patriarchy remains, that's my caveat. Anything created by white men while patriarchy remains is going to feed the patriarchal Godhead, which is a Godhead of death and destruction. The only thing it can produce is that which contributes to death and destruction. That's my foundation. You feel me? That's my position. Is until I am proven wrong, if it is created, generated, or produced by white males, while patriarchy remains within the context of a global patriarchal society, it cannot be beneficial to the group at all. All it can do is produce death and destruction. That's my general position based on the theory of Chinese medicine, specifically the theory of yin and yang, the difference of the harmonious union of yin and yang, and what is produced as a consequence of the splitting and disharmonious dueling oppositions as represented by the yin and yang. That's my position. And like I said, all I'm always waiting for is for the information to come to me to validate my position. And it always does. So let me tell you about Mr. Alfred Nobel. Okay? This motherfucker, okay, for whom the Nobel Prizes and the Nobel Peace Prize are named after Alfred Nobel. I already knew I was about to be reading some bullshit, especially with the temper tantrum supposedly starting in Venezuela when the negress in Venezuela said, "I'll just give you my Nobel Prize, Mr. Trump." He's like, "I don't want your prize. I want my own prize. And I'm going to invade Greenland if they don't give me no prize." I said, "Really?" I said, "This shit look real stupid right now. Like, what in the hell is happening in the universe? Let me investigate. Why this boy got a hard on for the goddamn Nobel Peace Prize?" Baby, let me tell you about Alfred Nobel. Okay? Alfred Bernard Nobel, Swedish, born October 21st, 1833, transition December 10th, 1896, was a Swedish chemist, inventor, engineer, and businessman. He is known for inventing dynamite, as well as having bequeathed his fortune to establish the Nobel Prizes. He also made several other important contributions. I'll stop being my glamorous country, my glamorous what do you call it, Southern Belle self. I'll read this shit so y'all can walk with me, okay? All right. Okay. So it goes on to say, let's see. He is known for inventing dynamite, as well as having bequeathed his fortune to establish the Nobel Prizes. He also made several other important contributions to science, holding 355 patents during his life. Born into the prominent Nobel family in Stockholm, Nobel displayed an early aptitude for science learning, particularly in chemistry and languages. He became fluent in 6 languages and filed his first patent at the age of 24. He embarked on many business ventures with his family, most notably owning the company Bofors, which was an iron and steel producer that he had developed into a major manufacturer of cannons and armaments. Nobel's most famous invention, dynamite, was an explosive made using nitroglycerin, which was patented in 1867. He further invented gelignite in 1875 and ballistite in 1887. Upon his death, Nobel donated his fortune to a foundation to fund the Nobel Prizes, which annually recognize those who have conferred the greatest benefit to mankind. The synthetic element nobelium was named after him, and his name and legacy also survive in companies such as Dynamite Nobel and Osco Nobel, which descend from mergers with companies he founded. Nobel was elected a member of the Royal Swedish Academy of Sciences, which, pursuant to his will, is responsible for choosing Nobel laureates in physics and in chemistry. Okay, I'm gonna go on because there's a coup d'etat, child. There's a coup d'etat. Personal life, blah blah blah, this and that, such and such, yada yada yada, this and that and this and that. Okay. I want to get to the part where they talk about the controversy, as if that's not controversial enough. But anyway, let's see. Let's see. Okay, it's still down here a little bit. Because you can read the whole thing, but I just want to give y'all the coup d'etat about why. Like, I've left reading this article today. Not only this article, the list of recipients for the Nobel Prize. I said, Trump, no, he ain't wrong. That's why he throwing the temper tantrum. He need to get the Nobel Peace Prize. Yes, he do. Yes, he does. Some of the other people who received the Nobel Prize and to see what they did to human beings, I said, oh, see, Trump knows something we don't know. See, the reason he throwing a temper tantrum is because he is saying, me too. I am a tyrant too that has contributed to the deaths and brutalization of human beings. I too should receive the Nobel Peace Prize because I am contributing to the preservation of peace. Yes, he is. Yes, he is contributing to the preservation of peace. Yes, he is. He is contributing to the preservation of peace for the powerful. And I tell you, his temper tantrum about wanting to receive the Nobel Peace Prize, Trump would not even be the most diabolical recipient. He would not even be the most villainous recipient. Child, I was up in here in a goddamn way today about this shit. Let me continue with Mr. Nobel here because he becomes Nobel. Alfred Nobel becomes the figurehead face for the qualities necessary to be a recipient for the Nobel Prize. You understand me? Child, I was up in here. I said, they tell you in your face all the time who they see as human, who they see as worthy, who they are talking about when they are talking above your head. It is not you. They tell you all the time in every way. You understand? Hold on. Nobel Prize, da 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 da. Nobel. Okay, do. Okay, here we go. Here we go. Let's see. Nobel, this is about his inventions. Nobel found that when diatomaceous nitroglycerin was incorporated in an absorbent inert substance like Kieselguhr earth, it became safer and more convenient to handle. And this mixture he patented as dynamite. Nobel demonstrated his explosive for the first time that year at a quarry in Redhill, Surrey, England. To help reestablish his name and improve the image of his business from the earlier controversies associated with his dangerous explosives, Nobel had also considered naming the highly powerful substance Nobel's safety powder, which is the text used in his patent, but settled with dynamite instead, referring to the Greek word for power. Nobel later combined nitroglycerin with various nitrocellulose compounds similar to collodion, but settled on a more efficient recipe combining another nitrate explosive and obtained a transparent jelly-like substance, which was a more powerful explosive than dynamite. Gelinite, or blasting gelatin, as it was named, was patented in 1876 and was followed by a host of similar combinations modified by the addition of potassium nitrate and various other substances. Gelignite was more stable, powerful, transportable, and conveniently formed to fit into bored holes like those used in drilling and mining than the previously used compounds. It was adopted as the standard technology for mining in the age of engineering, bringing Nobel a great amount of financial success, though at a cost to his health. An offshoot of this research resulted in Nobel's invention of ballistite, the precursor of many modern smokeless powder explosives, and is still used as a rocket propellant. the Nobel Prize. There is a well-known story. Listen, listen, listen. There is a well-known story about the origin of the Nobel Prize. Although historians have been unable to verify it, and some dismiss the story as a myth. In the year 1888, the death of his brother Ludwig supposedly caused several newspapers to publish obituaries for Alfred in error. One French newspaper condemned him for his invention of military explosives. In many variations of this story, dynamite is quoted, although this was mainly used for civilian applications. And this is said to have brought about his decision to leave a better legacy after his death. The obituary supposedly stated, Le marchand de la mort est de mort. The merchant of death is dead. That's what I started. That is what I started to name this live. Okay. The headline of the French newspaper, upon thinking that this dude was dead, they didn't know it was his brother. They thought it was him. Upon thinking this dude was dead, the headline said, "The merchant of death is dead." And according to the myth, it went on to say that Dr. Alfred Nobel, who became rich by finding ways to kill more people faster than ever before, died yesterday. Let's see. Nobel read the obituary and was appalled at the idea that he would be remembered in this way. Duh. 355 patents, and the great majority of them had to do with weapons of mass destruction at that time. Said he read the obituary. He read his obituary and was appalled at the idea that he would be remembered in this way. His decision to posthumously donate the majority of his wealth to found the Nobel Prize has been credited to him wanting to leave behind a better legacy. However, it has been questioned whether or not the obituary in question actually existed. In 1895, at the Swedish Norwegian Club in Paris, Nobel signed his last will and testament and set aside the bulk of his estate to establish the Nobel Prizes to be awarded annually without distinction of nationality. After taxes and bequests to individuals, Nobel's will allocated 94% of his total assets, of his assets at that time. This is in 1895, bitch. His assets at that time, because of the efficiency that he created to mass murder humans, was $31,225,000. By 2022, the foundation, he created a foundation to handle the resources. By 2022, the foundation had approximately 6 billion Swedish krona of invested capital in physical science from his estate. The first 3 of these prizes are awarded for eminence in science or physiology. The 4th is in chemistry and in medical literacy for work in an ideal direction. The 5th prize is to be given to the person or society that renders the greatest service to the cause of international fraternity in the suppression or reduction of standing armies, or in the establishment or furtherance of peace congresses. The formulation for the literary prize being given for a work in an ideal direction is cryptic and has caused much confusion. For many years, the Swedish Academy interpreted ideal as idealistic and used it as a reason not to give the prize to important but less romantic authors such as Henrik Ibsen and Leo Tolstoy. This interpretation has since been revised, and the prize has been awarded to, for example, Dario Fo and Jose Saramago, who do not belong to the camp of literary idealism. I thought, but maybe I didn't. I think I have it saved in another note somewhere. Yeah. Oh. Nope. It's not that either. Hold on. Let me scroll all the way to the bottom. I thought I kept at least this dude's name. Hold on. Nope, I thought I kept the other dude up on here, but I didn't. Unfortunately. But anyway, the first dude to receive the Nobel Prize was what was he? He was his role was like chief advisor to FDR. And there was a ship. I'm terribly misquoting. I read it, thought I left it open. But the first dude to win the Nobel Prize, y'all, was chief advisor to FDR. And there was a ship coming towards the United States that was carrying 600 plus Jewish escapees, people who were leaving Germany to get away from what they saw coming. Feel me? And while the ship was still en route seeking asylum here in the United States, this dude, who was the chief advisor, to FDR, was like, don't take them in. No, we can't afford to take them in. We don't want no smoke. Turn the ship away. Send them back. And so FDR did. He sent them back to Germany. He said, we can't take y'all here. We can't give y'all no asylum. It was like 673 people, 673 Jewish people escaping what they saw coming. Of those 673 people that got turned around and sent back at this dude's behest, I'm talking about the Nobel Peace Prize winning dude. You feel me? They said that more than 70% of the people who got sent back ended up dying in the concentration camps shortly after, because the consolidation of the Nazi state was consolidated shortly after the ship returned, and the majority of the people who were turned away by FDR at the behest of this political advice, the first winner of the Nobel Prize, the Nobel Peace Prize, gave him. I'm gonna open this article and share it with y'all and read it to y'all, but I was like, yo, this dude, he did it a second time. This dude was a monster. And this monster was given the very first Nobel Peace Prize. The list went on. I'm literally, every time I see a person's face, I was like, I don't know them, but let me just Google their name with controversy on the side of it. That way I don't have to weed through a bunch of shit. This person, controversy. And the controversies would come right up. So Trump is not wrong. Trump is not wrong. Trump ain't wrong. He damn well deserved the Nobel Peace Prize. Yes, he do. Because the founder, the creator of the Nobel Peace Prize was a mass murderer. He was a mass murderer looking to clean up his image after he died. Yes, he was. Trump ain't wrong. Some of y'all gonna be mad. Trump putting his name on the Kennedy Center along with your beloved John F. Kennedy. John F. Kennedy was a monster. Why wouldn't he be? His pappy was a monster. His pappy's pappy was a monster. It is John F. Kennedy, while playing in you black people face about equal rights in the United States, was co-signing on the assassination of Patrice Lumumba, the first prime minister of independent Congo. John F. Kennedy signed off on his declared unity with the need for the brutal assassination of Patrice Lumumba in Congo. When I tell you there are no good guys here, all that they can produce, all that they can reproduce is their malignancy while patriarchy remains. All they can produce is mass murder while patriarchy remains. You want me to give you some other examples from just this week? Hold on, let me pull up this article real quick live. About, hold on, I kept it open. Is this it? Yes. The headline reads, 600 mostly Black women launch a lawsuit against Virginia hospital for medical negligence in the unnecessary surgeries causing infertility. The story is wicked. Where is it? The story says more than 600 women are suing Chesapeake Regional Medical Center in connection to unnecessary and harmful gynecological surgeries performed by convicted former doctor Javid Pervoz, with the lawsuit now seeking more than $6 billion in damages. Hold on. Hold on. Shoot. What else it say? There are more than 600 women are now seeking accountability in a sweeping civil lawsuit tied to disgraced OBGYN Javad Pervoz, alleging years of abuse carried out inside a Virginia hospital that kept its doors open to him despite repeated warnings filed December 29th of 2025 in Chesapeake City Circuit Court. The lawsuit accuses Chesapeake Regional Medical Center and several current and former executives of knowingly allowing Perez to perform medically unnecessary procedures, including complete hysterectomies, C-sections, and D&Cs for nearly a decade. The plaintiffs are collectively seeking $6 billion, with each woman demanding $10 million in damages. According to the complaint, the procedures that Perez performed on plaintiffs included irreversible hysterectomies and other medically unnecessary surgeries. Many of the women say they were never properly informed or did not consent to what was done to their bodies. Federal investigators previously determined Perez carried out these procedures to increase insurance reimbursements. Authorities estimate more than $20 million was fraudulently billed, while patients were left with permanent physical and emotional harm. Many women who were subjected to this did not know what surgeries they had or why, said FBI Special Agent Desiree Maxwell. The patients were afraid and he manipulated them. One of the newest plaintiffs, Cheryl Boone, says she learned years later that her uterus had been removed. No, I did not have a uterus, and I found all of that out later going to another physician, she said. Night sweats, hormonal mood swings, just feeling depressed, and I lost my husband. Perez lost his medical license and is currently, he is already, okay, currently serving a 59-year federal prison sentence after being convicted on 52 counts of healthcare fraud. The civil state now turns the spotlight on the systems that allowed his conduct to continue for decades. The story is way worse than this article is. This article, don't do it no justice. When I heard about this story, these articles don't do it no justice. When I heard about the story yesterday, as a matter of fact, this is it. It's not. Let's see, share screen. There it is, share. Okay. More than 600 women who claimed they were subjected to medically unnecessary surgeries. Lawsuit. This. I need the juice. Okay. Okay, yeah, he lost his license, this and that. He's currently serving 59 years in a federal prison. It says that he misled women about their health, telling some women they had cancer when they did not, and had others sign consent forms for procedures when they were under anesthesia. Chantel Boone was among 94 additional women who joined the lawsuit last week and said they received unnecessary hysterectomy from Perez in 2017. It left her unable to have any more children and forced her into early menopause in her early 30s. Boone, who originally went to Perez to report stomach pain, found out her uterus was removed after visiting another doctor. The stomach pain turned out to be caused by a hernia. No, I didn't have a uterus. Okay, so when you think about starting over, I don't have that option if I wanted to. Plaintiff Dracinia Holloway, 42, a mother of 7 in Portsmouth, told the New York Times that Perez induced labor in her 4 times, resulting in all 4 of her newborns spending time in intensive care and experiencing developmental delays. When she went into labor with twins in 2011, she said the doctor performed a C-section and tubal ligation that sterilized her without her consent or knowledge. Perez operated on her repeatedly over a 6-year period, falsely telling her she had fibroids and stomach cancer. He removed her uterus and did abdominal surgery, leaving her with a large scar on her belly and chronic pain that limits her mobility. He made me feel very comfortable, like I was in good hands, Holloway told the Times. When he told you that you had to have surgery, he said, "Here, Dr. P will take care of you." He was very convincing. Many of Perez's patients had babies who were admitted to neonatal intensive unit in disproportionate numbers, according to the federal criminal indictment charging the hospital with healthcare fraud that was filed on January 8th. Prosecutors allege that CRMC allowed for Perez to work there from 1984 to 2019, despite being aware that his medical privileges had been terminated at the Maidview Medical Center in Portsmouth for performing unnecessary surgeries, including irreversible hysterectomies on about a dozen patients. Last week, a federal judge dismissed the hospital's motion to dismiss the criminal case, reported WTKR. In 1996, the Virginia Board of Medicine revoked his medical license after he pled guilty to federal tax fraud. Among the fraudulent conduct he admitted to was falsely claiming a Ferrari luxury sports car as an ultrasound machine so he could write the car off as a business expense. Hold on. It gets worse. CMRC's then president, Donald S. Buckley, wrote and submitted a letter of support for Perez's sentencing, calling the discredited doctor his personal friend. After Perez served 4 months of home confinement, the hospital CEO filed another letter of support to help him regain his medical license. His letter included a physician profitability analysis indicating that in 1995, CRMC charged over $760,000 for Perez's surgeries, resulting in a hospital net profit of $400 per case. The civil lawsuit contends that the hospital's longtime relationship with Perez, who remained a top 10 earner for the hospital, led to safety concerns and abnormal practices involving the former doctor being ignored by staff, and the Chesapeake Regional Medical Center continued to credential and offer privileges to him based on financial motivation rather than patient safety or quality standards. From 2010 to 2019, the hospital reportedly received about $18.5 million in reimbursements from Medicaid and other healthcare benefit programs for surgeries performed solely by Perez, the complaint says. This motherfucker earned that hospital $18.5 million in just 9 years. During his tenure, hospital leadership ignored repeated concerns about Perez raised by medical and administrative staff. Let's see. That included his performing hysterectomies and other invasive surgical procedures classified by Medicaid as inpatient only, and then reporting them as outpatient procedures for billing purposes, the lawsuit says, in order to avoid the documentation and greater scrutiny that healthcare benefit programs require for inpatient procedures. For years, the medical and administrative staff at CRMC complained about Perez's falsely reporting his inpatient surgeries, as well as performing some procedures such as sterilizations without obtaining the required patient consent at least 30 days in advance. Unlike nearly all other surgeons at the hospital, Perez did not use photography or videography in the operating room that would allow others to see what procedures he was performing. One surgical technologist refused to continue working with him because she could not see what he was doing and informed the CRMC operating room manager of her concerns, according to the incident. In 2014, Perez performed an abdominal hysterectomy on a patient identified as MM as planned, but he also removed her fallopian tubes and ovaries, procedures not included on her signed consent form. A surgical nurse who testified at his criminal trial said he added the procedure. He added the procedure to the consent form. A surgical nurse who testifies at his trial said that he added the procedure to the consent form after the patient was already under anesthesia. I feel as though we performed an assault on that patient, the nurse said. A post-arrest analysis by healthcare benefit programs, Anthem and Optima, compared Perez's surgery rates with those of his peers and concluded that from 2015 to 2019, approximately 80% of his surgeries were medically unnecessary. 80%, y'all, 80%. In 4 years, 80% of his surgeries were medically unnecessary. They were not only red flags, they were sirens being alarmed, and the hospital completely turned a blind eye to what he was doing solely for monetary profit and with complete disregard for patient safety, Victoria Wickman, an attorney representing the women in these civil lawsuits, told the Times. And it seems to be the majority of women who were targeted were Black women, African American women, all of them poor and on Medicaid, who believed everything he said. In a statement, Chesapeake Regional Hospital Medical Center said the allegations that formed the primary basis for this lawsuit were made by Dr. Javid Perez, who has never been an employee of Chesapeake Regional Healthcare. His actions, for which he is now serving a lengthy prison sentence, occurred without the knowledge of this organization. Blah, 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 blah. Hold on. His actions, for which he is now serving a lengthy sentence, occurred without knowledge of this organization. CRH strives to provide the best care to its patients, including through its medical staff physicians. Unfortunately, privacy laws prohibit us from commenting any further on these allegations. The hospital and 5 individually named defendants have 21 days after being served with the complaint to file a response in the Chesapeake City Circuit Court. Okay. Thank you, the alchemist poet. When I was listening to a man, he seemed outraged. It was a Black man, seemed outraged when reporting the subject. But what enraged me was his inability to say with his whole chest that this is a violent, malicious, co-conspiratorial, genocidal project of 40 years. He had been employed by this hospital since 1984. Went to prison. No, he didn't. He was on house arrest for 4 months for fraudulently reporting, fraudulent reporting, and this was in the 90s, where he served 4 months out of what could have been 15 years. Of the 15 years, this reminds me of some other thing that I saw today. He could have gotten up to 15 years. He got 4 months on house arrest. And when he got, and when those in power got letters of recommendation from his boss, aka his homie, not only was he taken off house arrest early for, quote, good behavior, but he was also given his medical license back. This 1996. So from 1996 to 2019, when he continued to work for the same hospital, because they was making him an estimated $18.5 million in kickbacks for genocidally removing the reproductive organs of primarily Black women. And some things he didn't say that need to be said. Because when the last story that I just read to you about how not only did he take this woman's uterus, he took, because in his hysterectomies, if there's no sign of cancer, they will leave your ovaries so that you don't go into early menopause. This motherfucker took her uterus, her fallopian tubes, and her ovaries. The first question I wanted to ask was who the fuck he sold it to. This is not only a genocidal assault on Black women, it was you cannot convince me otherwise. It was an organ harvesting campaign spearheaded by this individual, but co-signed all along the line by the hospital, the institutions that he worked with. And because they Black, ain't nobody gonna give a fuck. Ain't nobody even gonna pay no attention. Ain't nobody gonna make no noise. Even as the article was saying, all these people you know, issuing concerns, reports with the hospital administration. You feel me? I don't know, you feel like some suspect. You feel me with this dude? Did they go to the news? Did they do some kind of breakout campaign to expose the shit? This shit happened from 1996 to 2019 when he was finally arrested. 600 women have come forward as patient victims of his. 600 Black women have come forward as plaintiffs on the suit. This came out. This news broke this week. Not only did this news break this week, today. Remember that bitch? I don't even remember her name. You remember that bitch? That white fucking bitch nurse in the hospital, in the infant neonate section of the hospital, who was arrested and charged with deliberately breaking the legs and arms of premature babies. Do you know that the judgment came today that this bitch will not have to see the inside of a jail, of a prison? That came down today. That she was facing a possible 45 years max for, baby, they had video footage of this bitch breaking a baby's legs. And they say that she'll get some time served for the time that she was in the jail waiting trial. No prison time. She was facing 45 years. No prison time. You hear me? That happened today. That news came today. And so I was up in my feelings. Let me stop sharing. And then it occurred to me when I was reading about Donald Trump. This is what it means to be a weaver. Okay? Then, because I was up in my feelings about this white bitch not getting no time. Then I remember. Say that bit. Her name is Nurse Erin Stockman. Say her name out loud. And speak nothing but venomous retribution on her name. Speak nothing but venomous retribution on her name. Let me write this bitch name down myself. Erin. Where was she from? Was she in Texas? Where did that happen? Where she was? Somebody tell me where she was. When I mean use the power of your ashe to speak venomous retribution on this bitch name. But anyway, that news and the news of this, that wasn't the only thing. There was one more thing, an article I kept over about recent news. Okay, yeah, it was this one. This is another one in Virginia. Okay, this is the last update of current events that I'm going to talk to y'all about. So this article came out today too. $360 million settlement goes to three Virginia girls. The largest personal injury case involving hospitalization in residential care facilities versus hospitals making money off of them. Let's see. Let's do it like this. Is this it? Okay.
3 things are happening that you absolutely need to know about. They're all about censorship, about history, and about how it is being erased so that the rebellion that is inevitable is slower in coming. First, I work for a personal injury law firm that just got the largest settlement in history, in Virginia's history, for 3 girls who were teenage victims of residential care facilities, where they were hospitalized and kept in these hospitals because they were making money off them. From who? From who? From, can you guess? Oh my God, it was healthcare companies. These hospitals figured out how to leech healthcare companies of money by falsifying medical records for children who were already under psychological duress, literally sexually abusing them, doctors and staff complicit, documented to the degree of $360 million for 3 girls. 3. Tell me why there were absolutely no news articles about this when it happened in, I believe, November, beginning of December, maybe, a month ago. I'm trying to write a social media post for the law firm promoting a talk that they're doing in regards to this case, and I can't find a single fucking news article. I went on another law firm's website where they linked an article written by ABC News. Look at this. They took it down. They took down the article about the largest personal injury settlement in history. There's a Senate hearing going on about this. Okay, fine. Set that aside. 2 minutes of your time, I won't waste much more. I need you to go into your search bar and look up Serbian University Revolt. Because I don't know if you know this, because I didn't know this, but Serbia's actually about 80% of their universities are in full lockdown revolt because they are demanding change in their politics. They are demanding no more corruption. They are demanding policy shift. Thousands and thousands and thousands, literally oceans of people. I think the number is like 68 out of 82 universities are completely shut down, completely locked down by the students. This is a youth-led movement. The final thing I will tell you is that your TikTok algorithm does not only sort the videos you see, it sorts the comments you see on that video. I learned this today, and it almost made my head explode because I have seen myself in my own comments where there will be like 30, 40 people dogpiling on one comment, and then there will be 300 other people commenting la-di-da-di-da on completely different things, like as if they don't even see this comment that's causing like a complete dumpster fire to some people. Others don't even perceive it, and I always wondered what that was about, if they just like scroll by blankly until they get to one that they like. No, it's sorted for you. I saw a video of a girl who sent a video to her boyfriend, and then she was like reading the comments side by side with him and being like, look babe, isn't that crazy? And then she realized that their comments were sorted differently, so differently that the takeaway you would have had to the video was entirely separate and entirely targeted at their demographics, because she was a woman and he was a man.
Crazy.
What I've been saying for a very long time, and what has gotten my account completely blacklisted, is that your information is not reliable and you do not understand how strategically your messaging is being manipulated. You do not hate your neighbors. You've just been told to.
Yo. So before I get going, thank you, Vortex Ninja, Amber G, Vortex Ninja again, come on through, and Kamala. Thank you for the donations that came through while we was chatting. Those of you who are just tuning in and want to support the work of the Temple of Evolutionary Emergence and your future mayor of Los Angeles, then you can donate in these ways. EvoEmeTemp, EvoEmeTemp is the email address for the Temple of Evolutionary Emergence. With that email address, you can donate via Zelle, you can donate via PayPal, or you can book a divination session with me for either 30 minutes or an hour. EvoEmeTemp Also, you can support by buying something awesome on the Etsy store, which is Daughter of the Fates, DaughterOfTheFates.etsy.com. That's FATES. If you want to send a Cashapp, $, Daughter of the Fates, FATES, or Venmo, Cassandra with 2 S's, -Floyd, FLOYD. I love that, Earth Beauty. I see you. What's up, Ken's Color Box, Goddess Essence, Energy, the Alchemist, Poets. Everybody's in the house. What? I see some people that entered into the room on IG. Finally, I didn't even know if somebody I was going to come up in here. So let's shout out everybody that's on IG. The Well and the Wheel joined. Well, I like that. The Well and the Wheel. I like that. That's crazy. The Well and the Wheel, because I am doing a workshop on February 7th, I think. Yes, Saturday, February 7th. I think it's February 7th on a Saturday. Anyway, I'm doing a workshop called Weavers, Webs, the Well, Weavers, Webs, the Well and the Wheel. Weavers, Webs, the Well and the Wheel. And then what's the subheader? It's I can't even remember the subheader. But anyway, I'm teaching a wellness workshop called Weavers, the Web, the Well, and the Wheel. So that's a little confirmation right there. I love that. That's in February. I'm teaching another workshop. What's the other workshop I'm teaching? I think I'm teaching like 3 workshops, like out and about. So I will keep y'all posted on those. So let's see. Wheel, the Wheel and the Wheel. I'm liking that. I'm liking that little confirmation. Naturally Me 813. Okay. Somebody in the Tampa Bay area. Tessalti Tassa. Ooh, I probably murdered that. My bad. But hey, how you doing? Annie, what's up, boo? Sun Goddess Kwaye. Hey, what's up? Bro Asukile. I can write you beautiful. I love that. Come on in the room. Love that. I clean 07. What's up? Lie.bwsydw. I can't even front like I can pronounce that, but what's up? I see you. Loyalty 1114. Bad humble. You came on late, girl. We was just talking about you. And Letitia Dorch. What's up? Kenneth Zaki. Long time no see. Wow. Long time no see, brother. I was just talking about the Black Power Awards. I think you were there. at the first one. But anyway, Kenneth Zaki in particular, if you were there, I was talking earlier about how this year is the 10-year anniversary of the first Black Power Awards. And so on. So anyway, so the articles, let me X out some stuff. Okay. So let me think about where I should pivot. So I was talking about Trump. I read y'all the little article about the about why. Nabila, thank you for your donation, darling. Amber, thank you for your donation. About why he in his feelings about why he didn't get no Nobel Peace Prize, because in his estimation, which he is correct, he totally qualifies for a Nobel Peace Prize. I'm telling you, listen, let me stop being funny. The reason that I got on this whole diatribe is one reason. Okay? It is that everything that you believe, you have been guided and directed to believe, to accept. I recognize that even those of us who become, conscious, right? Those of us who like do this work to kind of like demystify yeah, okay. Um and it's too easy. There are too many options. Too many options that we have of wormholes that we can descend into. But for me, the wormhole is not the issue. It is the conclusion that the demystification process brings us to. What am I going to achieve with this information? What is it that I can accomplish once this revelation occurs? How can I use their own strategies and mechanisms against them to my benefit? That's all I'm interested in. I'm not interested in being able to have a deep and profound pontif- pontificative discussion with somebody else that leads us to nothing, that leads us nowhere. Why is it that a big, a healthy, robust, nappy-headed, big-nosed Black woman would decide that now is the time, now is the moment, that I have been primed in this moment to wage the kind of contest that would have myself go and contend with the state to become mayor of Los Angeles? Ask yourself that. Ask you, especially those of you who've been following my channel for any given period of time, those of you who have been supporting the Temple of Evolutionary Emergence for any particular period of time. Ask yourself, why would she be doing this anyway? Because y'all know my position. I've been more than outright about my position, about the state, about why I have never voted in a presidential election. Never. Why I maintain that position. Why I did not vote for Kamala. Why I will not let any of you browbeat me into some kind of guilt about that decision. Because unlike yourselves, my decision was informed. Unlike yourselves, my decision was informed about why I refused to vote for Kamala. Because my integrity is more important to me than the illusion that she would be a less violent dictator than Donald Trump. It's an illusion. And so going into this thing that I went in today, why he was so upset, why he was threatening a very peaceful and otherwise y'all don't hear shit about Greenland. In the news, when the last time you heard something about Greenland? Greenland mind its own business. You know what I'm saying? They don't bother nobody. Like they just out there doing their thing in the snow, in the tundra or whatever. You feel me? So it was interesting to me that very early on, this is not just because it's hot news now, doesn't mean he's been talking about Greenland since his first term in office. But y'all don't listen and they rely on your short-term memory. He's been fixated on Greenland since his first term in office. And so I'm up in here wondering, like, why this dude got such an erection for Greenland? And he's using the damn Nobel Prize as the impetus, I think that's the word, impetus for his trying to follow through with his erection for this country. And yeah, so that's how it started. But to me, today was about, and then the other thing, and this is what I'll pivot into. I talked about this at length in January when, hold that thought. In January, when Donald Trump, during his inaugural speech, made the declaration at the end of his speech that, quote, what you are witnessing, I think this is the last thing I'm going to say too, is I can't believe it's already been 3 hours. It feels like I just got up on here. But he said, what you are witnessing is the beginning of the new golden age. This is definitely how I'm going to wrap up. What you are witnessing is the beginning of a new golden age. And I was up on here going off. I was going off. I was like, why he said that? So the same reason they always say shit in your face is because your ass ain't paying attention. I was like, why he said that? Especially since just a couple months later, we were being told pretty much en masse by particularly Vedic astrologers that the spring equinox of this past year, 2025, represented, in terms of a general consensus in Vedic astrology, the end of the Kali Yuga. Well, the end of the Kali Yuga is an end of a cycle. And so the end of the Kali Yuga represents the simultaneous beginning of the Satra Yuga, which is the golden age. In Hindu tradition, it is the golden age. It is the return to the beginning, the golden age, right? Socrates talks about the golden age, in particular, Saturn's role, Saturn and Astrea, aka Virgo's role in the returning of the golden age, right? And so I keep telling y'all that these dudes, unlike yourselves, take symbolism, numerology, astrology. They take it personally. They take it literally, and they play in your face with that which they have forbade you from taking advantage of for so long. So why the golden age? Why is Trump, every time you turn around talking, and he ain't the only one, but why he in particular is talking about the golden age, is because they are trying to prevent the inevitable. I have a theory. I don't want to get too deep into that theory, but it's something I'm wrestling with a lot. I am wrestling with, and it's going to take a lot of us. It's going to take a lot of us. It's going to take a lot of us in space. It's going to take in space together, in physical space together. This is dope. What we be doing back and forth here up on this in the comment section or in our Zoom conferences is fire. But it's going to take more than that. It's going to take us in space. It is going to take Black women, people born with uteruses, first and primary. Outside of us, it's going to take other women of color with uteruses. Outside of that, it's going to take others that lie in those spaces in between that are like outside, quote, imposed norms. It's going to take men, Black men, brown men, red men, circling around in preservation of this process. It's going to take everybody on this planet who has an interest in seeing the radical, inevitable transformation of the human condition in space together playing their peculiar roles in the unveiling of possibility, right? The reason I'm saying that is because even what I experience in space by myself, but even when I get into space with just one other woman or two other women or three other women, I am always very careful that I don't sound like conspiratorial or like what's the other word I'm looking for? Like crazy. Like that's that bullshit. Like why are they talking like that? You know, like that. When I say we have been talking about Saturn for 2 years now. We have been talking about Saturn more sharply and deliberately since June. We've been talking about how she is showing her face everywhere. As soon as we gave her just a sliver of space to enter up into, she been on us. She been on us. Every movie that I have ever watched in my whole life and never saw her in it, now it's like in my face, in my face, in my face. How did I not see this? In my face. She is everywhere. Let me simplify. Oh, let me simplify. Because there's so many ways I can go. You know what? Let me simplify. Baby, when I say she everywhere, I'm not talking semantics. Ew. God damn it. Hold on. This motherfucker is showing out and it's pissing me off. Damn, I ain't got no empty paper in this thing. Hold on. And I got to get him adopted because he is doing too much. And it's fucking stressing me out. Somebody want to adopt Storm. Somebody want to give Storm a home because I can't. I cannot. His level of showing out is just increasing and I can't do it. I do not need to be in a situation where I'm taking care of nobody else for some time. Let's see. Okay, let me hold on. Let me deal with this. Okay. Let's see. All right. I want to make this plain. Because the deeper I go, the clearer it gets. And I'm like, okay, how do I take this deep shit and keep it simple? Deep shit, make it plain. Feel me? All right. I don't even have to draw nothing, but I probably will. But let me just say, from now on, this is the place from which we will be presenting. Especially in all these books that I was going through. I must have went through 80 books last night. I ain't joking. I'm not joking. I must have plowed through 80 books last night. Okay? I want y'all to take a minute. I want you to hear me because if you can accept it, if you can receive it, it will make everything so much more clear. Okay? I said this the last live, but I'm going to reiterate it. I'll probably begin to reiterate this at the top of every live from now on. First of all, you are not living in a simulation. Okay? Not the way you have been taught to think about simulations. You are not living in a simulation. What you are experiencing, what you are witnessing in the world that Matrix was attempting to kind of like confuse for you. What you're experiencing is a world where illusion has become so efficient that it makes it damn near impossible for you to see what's real. The illusion is so convincing that even when the real is right here, literally touching it, you'll look everywhere. You'll look everywhere seeking the answer, but what is right on top of you, right, is right in front of you, right? And so I spent so many hours. I don't think I went to bed till like 4 o'clock this morning, looking at all these fucking esoteric books, right? Online. Like I have an app where you can like, download whole fucking esoteric books, right? And one of the books, and I've been talking to y'all about Manly P. Hall and like needing for all of us, just a room full of women to come together with like boards all over the wall, 13, 14, 20 women come together, and you have a central person, that would be me, say, okay, this is what I'm working on, talking the whole time, got my little poster board in front of me, writing. Oh my God, I had an idea. Speak the idea out loud so it's not lost, but somebody else, as soon as I speak the idea out loud, somebody else picks up the idea and goes on her own tangent through this idea, right? And then speak another idea and another person picks up there, where I can still stay focused on the central idea, but now I can speak those branches off. This is a ceremony I'm talking about. Speak those branches off that people can pick up on. Then we come together at the conclusion of the ceremony, take everybody's branches and bring them together to see what it is we have been missing, what it is that it brings us to a conclusion of. I had this whole idea. I was talking to the sister the other night, like 2 o'clock in the morning. Like, because we don't own this building right here on Sunset. I don't give a fuck. I don't care how it's going to happen. I don't need to know how it's going to happen. This building right here on Sunset Boulevard that's shaped like a woman's body that's pregnant, that's ours. So y'all need to be putting that out on the universe. I'm putting it out in the that building is ours. And so me and her were talking because she's a muralist. I'm telling her what her job is going to be once this building becomes our possession, the Temple of Evolutionary Emergence, right? How it's a geodesic dome. I think it was made in like 1945-ish, something like that. Huge, giant geodesic dome that literally looks, with the goddamn box offices on the side, literally looks like a woman on her back, pregnant with her legs spread. That's what the building looks like. I was like, that's ours. Once that shit is ours, it used to be a movie theater, like, where you could see the movie like everywhere, right? Once that shit is ours and we hold ceremony up in that bitch, we'll have this thing where the priestesses of the temple will facilitate the ceremony, right? Like the crazy motherfucker in the attic who got poster board everywhere, pictures everywhere, and he got little red strings tying every scenario that seems unrelated to the other scenario on the other wall, that type of shit, but with 13 bitches, okay? And constantly talking, but not just us, not just people witnessing the ceremony unfold like the Sibyls of old, not just witnessing the ceremony of unfold. Everybody that walks into the temple gets paper and some pens. So as they are witnessing the goddamn Sibyls in real time executing like a epiphomatic ritual, you understand that they too, who have come as just the parishioners, they got their pen and paper. Oh my God, I see what they talking about. Oh, this is what I think. This is it. Everybody in the room becomes a participant in the ecstatic epiphomatic unfolding of ceremony, embodied practical ceremony. See what I'm saying? Not top down shit, sent from the center out type of shit. The babies, they get some color crayons and some paper, and they can sit on the floors in the aisleways and be coloring while because there'll be a DJ. You feel me? There might be some bitches scantily clad swinging on poles during this ceremony. You understand? Optional little psilocybin-esque shots at the door for those who want to go a little deeper. This is what ceremony is going to look like in the temple, right? So me and her talking about this. I was like, yes, the babies can be on the floor and aisleways doing their colors. They looking up at all the grown-ups. They participating too. Everybody in the crowd invested in the ceremony. But that people need to see ritual, see ceremony as embodied, as something that can create the solutions for the planet in real time, that we all have a role to play in the shit. You feel me? And for me, like there's a starting point. The starting point, metaphorically, is this uterus shaped theater down here on Sunset Boulevard that looks like a pregnant bitch on her back with her legs spread open, as a metaphor for two things. That if you can see this, and I see everybody like cutting up in the comment section over here on YouTube, like, yes, I can see it. Yes, I can see it. You have to be able to see the other thing too. Is that our entire life, our parents' lives, our grandparents' lives, our great grandparents' lives, and on and on and on for some time. Not aspects of, not pieces and parts of, every single thing that has been constructed at our expense is a singular ritual. Everything. Everything that we hold sacred or solemn is a part of a singular ritual that has never missed a beat. This ritual constructed as theater, as play, as game, to ensure that we are so busy and so subdued that we never see what is right in front of us. Every single, when I tell you, every single day, every moment, every construct within this bitch, even if it seems at war with itself, this country versus this country, this ideology versus this ideology, it is an illusion that is created and executed as absolute ritual. Baby, when you see it, it is impossible to it's impossible to unsee. I mean, impossible. I don't know if you paid attention to the picture that I used as the thumbnail for this video on YouTube. I sat here and looked. When I tell you, I labored over the picture. Try to see if you want me to email you a better version of the picture that I used for the thumbnail. If you can't see it, send me an email at EvoEmeTemp@gmail.com so I can send you the picture. When I saw this picture, I said, oh my God, this is the confirmation that this seemingly insane idea that I've been laboring over since December 21st, since the winter solstice, that everything that we have ever done in this country is a fucking ritual. And if it's a ritual, who is it exalting? If it is a ritual, who is it exalting? When I talk about America as a godhead of war, I mean it literally. I mean it practically. I mean it in real time. That's why those self-proclaimed socialists, those self-proclaimed anarchists, those self-proclaimed progressives stay missing the boat by miles. Stay missing the boat by miles is because they cannot see what is right here. Ooh. Everything, every act, every war. Listen, lynching of Black and brown people in the United States of America is a ceremony with an origin. It's a ritual. It wasn't just, quote, rogue white men who just hate Black people who was just picnicking on Sundays. It's not just the eating, the consumption, the book, the delectable Negro, the consumption of human bodies. All of it has a basis in ritualistic practices that are far older than the modern presentation of patriarchy. Taking our limbic system memory of these images, the play, and I mean literal theatrical presentation, everything about it was a theatrical presentation. The Inquisition that lasted 781 years, a play that lasted 781 years. This daily, on time, erecting of a stage, aka a platform, with props, aka the devices of torture, with he who y'all, he the psychopomp, he the one who holds the space between realms, between life and death, between this life and the ancestral life, the executioner who wears the black pointed mask before his presentation as the modern jester during the Inquisition. Had the playful face of the jester and the dark face of the jester. You had the ding ding ding, the guy with the bells on his, and his twin oppositional opponent is the executioner, who too wears the mask, aka the hood, and who uses objects of torment as his objects of play, as opposed to his light side self. He uses objects of play that are toys and jinglies and bells and everything that we have experienced. And I'm working on it. I'm trying to figure out the starting point, but at least since the year 1 AD has been an ongoing and uninterrupted ritual of warfare for the entertainment of the Godhead of war that we have collectively generated. We have collectively generated the Godhead of war. The Godhead of war is not a mystery out in the abyss. It is the culmination of our emotions, our emotions that we move in the material world based on our emotions. We move in the material world based on our emotions, and our emotions modifying our behavior have an impact on the material world. This impact on the material world becomes a living force that is only fed by that which gave rise to it, which is blood, despair, fear, brigandage, tyranny. We collectively created the Godhead of war because we believed the instruments. We believed it. We accepted it. And I know that shit's hard to hear just the way I delivered it, but it's going to be harder to hear when I tell you the evidence that what I am saying is not in my imagination. It is real. I sat here today and read the entire Constitution of the United States of America. I sat here today and read the Bill of Rights and all of the amendments. I sat here today and read, I didn't even know it was as long as it was. I sat here today and read the entire Declaration of Independence, and it's longer than you think. I always thought it was like a paragraph. No, it's longer than you think. I sat here and read all of that shit today. Then I went on to read, hold on, this one I'm going to pull up. I went on to read what I'm going to read to you now, and then I'm going to shut my mouth and take my ass to bed. Because when I tell you that We have to scrap everything we think we know, put it in the junk pile of history, and set that motherfucker ablaze so that we can ensure the nutrients from the burn that's going to allow us to generate something radically fucking new. Like that card told us earlier about Kali, Makali. We got to do that about Lalita, Makali. We got to do that. When I tell you, and I've said in ambiguity in the past, that there is nothing in this society worth salvaging. Nothing. Nothing. Not created by men in power, not created by white men as the peak personification of the sun gone rogue. That doesn't mean that there is not help for white-skinned individuals. It means that you are playing a peculiar role in the execution of the destruction of the whole goddamn planet based on science. And it is only your allegiance to the construct of whiteness that is doing that. It is not you being born as a white-skinned human being that is causing that. I am not making a declaration of opposition to those people who came from their mother's bodies with white skin. You are still a descendant of the great primordial she. I'm not talking about your white skin. I am talking about the construct in your brain that is facilitating a metastatic malignancy threatening to choke the life of out of our very own planet. That's what I'm talking about. And while you white people hold allegiance to the construct of whiteness, you have infected the minds of black, brown, red, yellow, female, male, gender fluid, and all the other. Everybody is infected with the madness of white supremacy and fucking patriarchy. Everybody is infected with that madness. It is not a declaration. I want you to hear me. It is not a declaration of opposition to people who were born with white skin. That ain't no shit I'm on. I'm not a race nationalist. That's not no shit I am on. I am saying that just like black people and native people and brown people, Mexican people, Mexica, Maya, Azteca people can say that we are just now learning our history because white people stole our history and keep it hidden from us. White people don't even exist. But white people, for the sake of keeping this shit basic, white people, your history was stolen, excised from your fucking consciousness, eradicated from collective memory to have a new consciousness poured into you through brutality, through the extraordinary, extreme brutality of 781 years of inquisition, watching your daughters, wives, mamas, aunties be put on a stage at the behest of a pope who gives absolution to a fucking psychopath dressed like our divine grandmother, Saturn, bastardized as a malignant motherfucker holding a seed to rip people open, disembowel them on a stage with props like we were watching a fucking movie for 781 years. White people have a culture. I had an epiphany today. This bullshit we be saying, white people ain't got no culture, white people ain't got no culture. We, the colored of the world, we, those who have been the victims of the white malignancy in the world, we got to stop saying that shit. We have to stop saying that shit. It is a part of the orchestration, baby. Good cop, bad cop, victim who's actually a villain, villain who is victimized. We have to stop doing that shit, man. You have to stop saying that shit. We fuel the raging flame that is threatening us all when we tell our white family members on this planet that they have no culture and that all they can do is steal, rob, kill, brutalize, this and that, and this and that, and this and that. Not to say that that has not been the case for a great majority of them. But it is for us to be honest enough, child. It's hard for me too sometimes. I ain't gonna lie. Because that cracker bitch that was breaking all them babies' legs, that bitch need to go into the dirt. So it'd be hard for me sometimes. But we have to recognize that the collective that we associate with, quote, whiteness as a construct are the victims, if as a matter of fact, not only the victims of, they are the guinea pigs. They are the original guinea pigs of the imperial process. White-skinned people from Europe as the seed guinea pigs for the imperial process. So while we can see that white people, once they, quote, set out from where they was to the world to do all this terrible shit to human beings in South America and Central America and the Americas and China and this and that and this and that, that is not their starting point as malignancies at war with all that is. 12, so astrologically, I was telling y'all about a couple months ago that astrologically, this period that we are in starting 2025, that for the first time in 12,000 years, these events that were happening, and so I'm like, okay, this is the first time in 12,000 years this shit happened. Let me see. What happened? What are the events that happened 12,000 years ago? And the first one that came up, it was postulated that the, quote, mutation that we identify as white skin emerged for the first time in 12,000 years ago. I said, oh, fuck, this is big. Right? Because what you call white skinnedness has its origin in black skinnedness. You feel me? And because of our relationship to our environment, black skinnedness will change, white skinnedness will change, and the like. That's based on our relationship to our Mother Earth, to the environment. And so I'm reading this thing about what happened significantly 12,000 years ago, and it's postulated that 12,000 years ago is when we first see the permanent mutation that we now know as, quote, white skinnedness. That's one thing. But guess what else happened 12,000 years ago? The, quote, conclusion of the last golden age. That too was happening about 12,000 years ago. Now, I know I seem like I'm all over the place, but I want y'all to walk with me. What do you as an individual want more than any, like your wildest dream fulfilled, your most great magnanimous ideas and daydreams about what life on earth can be? What would it be? Would it be you at odds with white folks? Is that the thing that you would present with as paramount in this new idea of the world being exactly what your wildest imagination can help you come to? No, I don't care what nobody say. It would be absolute sovereignty, peace, sovereignty as a sole sovereign of your own universe. And because you love and respect and protect your own sovereignty, it behooves you to protect, preserve the sovereignty of everybody around you. Not state sovereignty, not motherfuckers in positions of power declaring sovereignty as a nation. That ain't it. It would be that you could move through the entire planet on the terms that you set, feeling as safe in the world as you were when you were in your mother's body. As safe and secured and fulfilled without effort as you were in your mother's body, waiting to become. This gets me to my point, the last point that I'm gonna make, is that no matter what the political ideology, no matter what the ranting and the raving, no matter what is happening in the world, this ritual of grand proportion, this ceremonious display that's always put in our face by the son gone rogue in his madness, and in that madness, his permanent and deliberate severance from his mother, him attempting to reproduce everything magical about her through him. But because he is severed from self, all he can do is produce death and despair. That's it. Until he comes back into the enfold, into the embrace, into harmonious union with himself, with the one, with the mother within him. Until he can come back into the embrace of the one, everything he will produce causes nothing but despair, death, brigandage, blood, brutality. That's all he can reproduce. That's why every last one of these geniuses I was up on a diatribe about today, every last one of them were exalted as genius based on their ability to commit mass murder. Everyone. Every single one. How many people you kill? That's the unofficial question. How many people did your invention kill? That's the unofficial question. How many people, if we have access to your invention, can we kill? That's the unspoken question. That's all they can do. It's all they can do when outside of harmonious union with the one. It's so deep because every ritual, me deep diving into the Nobel Prize, I was like, give me tomorrow, because now I'm gonna deep dive into that bullshit y'all all mad about. What's his name? Michael B. Jordan. Him not getting whatever that award was. It was the reason that we created the Black Power Awards. All y'all mad about the movie that got Tiana Taylor. What was the Academies? They got her little award. You know what I'm saying? This violent, obnoxious, malignant, Eurocentric articulation of what Black women who rebel looks like. You know what I'm saying? Black women who fight back looks like a movie full of white men sexually idolizing while at the same time exploiting Black mothers. This bitch pregnant in a movie. They did that shit on purpose. And at the end of the day, the center for every ritual, the seed of every ritual, I'm telling you, once you see it, you can't unsee it. If you look at this image that I used as the thumbnail for this live, and this image, the reason that I used it is because this is the image that was deliberately petitioned. The artist was petitioned to do this painting to be on the wall in Switzerland of the peace capital where they meet of the United, what is it called? The United Nations Security Council. This image that is the thumbnail for this fucking video is a wall size painting commissioned specifically for the room in the peace capital where the United Nations Defense Committee, whatever the fuck it is, Security Council meets. And I looked at this image. I said, oh, they can be butt naked in their hatred of you and know confidently you will not see it. I am sitting here looking at this painting. I said, oh my God. Oh my God. The painting. You see this picture here? What is it? What do we call this picture? What did MamiWata call this picture? The what she call it? Somebody help me. What was this picture called? Oh, what in the hell's wrong with my brain? Anyway, this little almond shaped image right here, it is called, is it the mandala? The mandala? Something, I forget. But it is also the Vesica Pisces. It is also called many other things. This little simple almond shaped thing right here, right? And what did Barbara Walker teach us in the women's dictionary of symbols and sacred objects, that this image always means, what that this image always represents, that this image always means. What she say about this little almond shaped little image right here? That no matter where you see it, this is what it means. Somebody want to tell me in the comment section, or y'all just want me to go ahead and tell you real quick? Anybody? Nobody? This little almond, I'm starving, sorry. This little almond, don't y'all ever forget this again. Because it is the center of every spell being cast on you. This image right here, in every culture, everywhere, the fuck on this planet, is the image of your mama's open vagina. That's what it is. This simple little image right here. Everywhere you see it, and it is everywhere. It's always the open vagina of your mama, particularly, not exclusively, but particularly when she is giving birth to you. This your mama pussy. Everywhere, in every culture, right now today, playing in your motherfucking face. This image, that is the what you call it? The thumbnail for this video is big. Big old image, right? And then you zoom close in to the vid, because there's a whole lot. It's like a mural. There's a whole lot going on in the mural, right? And then you zoom in like I did when I saw the mirror. Oh, not even looking for it. I'm looking for the United Nations website and shit. And I see this big old mural on the wall of the floor of the United Nations Security Council. I was like, what's that image? I'm looking. So I make it bigger. I said, what the fuck? And it's been there since 1952, this big ass mural. And the whole room is shaped like your mama fucking pussy. The whole room, all the chairs. I said, what's that image? What's that I'm seeing in the middle? This image. It is your mama pussy on the wall. On the wall of the Security Council, United Nations Security Council. Inside this image right here is a beautiful, pristine, whole picture of the perfect white family. It's a mom and a dad and two kids. All these plants and trees and beautiful right up in here. It wasn't even subtle. They're smiling. One baby's on the ground playing. One baby's in the mom's arm, and the dad is like holding the mom right up in here. And then the rest of the mural, which is also full, has all of these black people on the bottom of the mural with like chains on their ankles, their hands raised to the sky, like they're playing like this with the chains on their fucking ankles, with native people over here crying and holding their babies, with fucking people from all these colored people all around. Colored people in despair everywhere on the fucking mural. Colored folks representing the rest of the world everywhere on this mural, everywhere. Look at the picture close. If you need me to email you a picture of this bullshit and ass bullshit, when I tell you they playing in your motherfucking face all the time, I don't mean that shit subtly. This picture, this mural that was petitioned to be painted on the wall of the United Nations Security Council, which in its inception was to create the global tenets that would ensure global peace, has a pristine and perfectly appearing white family in what looks like the Garden of Eden. Well, outside the vagina that they are resting in are all of these people in acts of fucking despair. I could believe it, but I was like, what the fuck? And I'm gonna tell you, I'm saying this for a reason. White skinned people. I'm not saying white people. I'm saying white skinned people of every culture. Because see, what this thing was successfully able to do is in the erasure of white culture. We don't even call it white culture. In tribal culture of European territories, what they were able to do as an ideology was to impose social, political, ancestral amnesia on white tribal goddess worshiping earth securing human beings from the Europe, what we now know as the European regions. Once they were able to wipe their memories clean of their ancestral traditions, ways, and lineage, they became the perfect weapons of brigandage to unleash on the rest of the world. White people have a peculiar responsibility to, one, stop shaming your fucking ancestors. One, stop shaming your ancestors. One. Two is after you consciously make the declaration that from this day forward, I will never shame my ancestors' legacy again, to be actively engaged in the reclamation of your ancestral gems. You hear? White, black, brown, red, and yellow people, in your despair, in the tyranny waged against you by those born with white skin in their ignorance, stop telling these human beings they do not have a history, they do not have a culture, they do not have an ancestral cultural tradition and lineage peculiar to them. Stop telling them that, because in your aggressions against them ideologically, it only steals and deepens their tyranny against you. It steals it, because now they feel like they got to protect whiteness. You see, whiteness is not their culture. Do you understand? That's how this shit was set up, though. We engage based on the information strategically fed to us, strategically fed to them, and then we engage as orchestrated. That's the shit. That's the shit don't nobody want to sit with. I ain't talking about go out here and make white people your bestest friends. I'm saying white people, they have to do their own peculiar cultural, traditional, ancestral work of redemption like the rest of us been out here doing. I ain't came to these goddamn epiphanies by my motherfucking self. I go into ceremony shrouded in my ancestors, not just my ancestors' wisdom, my ancestors' trauma, my ancestors' need for redemption. That's how I go into ceremony, with all of that shit, with their baggage and their gems, with their baggage and their gifts. And then I sift through that shit because they're alive in my goddamn blood. I do the ancestral work. And it's difficult, harsh shit sometimes. And that's the shit white people in general have been avoiding like the plague under the auspice of feeling guilty about what their ancestors did, as if they do not have ancestors that are older than tyranny, as if they don't have ancestors that are older than imperialism, as if they don't have ancestors that is not older than the crimes committed against them for 781 years. You got ancestors that are kicking your ass, and because you are avoiding them and evading them, you can't have the breakthrough you need, and that deepens the suffering of the group. So white people's peculiar relationship to this thing has to be dealt with a level of directness and firmness that still has love evidentiary in it. I don't hate white human beings. I hate white power. I do hate that. I hate white supremacy, the ideology of white supremacy. I do hate that. You feel me? I do hate that. I don't hate white skinned human. God damn, my granddaughter, who y'all have seen, this girl is the apple of my eye. This baby, like, just when you think your heart can't hold enough for nobody else, this little girl has my whole heart. This baby, Kalani, was my lesson right now about why Black nationalism was not going to save the world. Kalani, my granddaughter, she was the one. She was the lesson my ancestors gave me. That what you think you want, dear, is not what you want. Here you got this little blonde-haired, blue-eyed baby that is the descendant of your loins, child. Let me get a picture of my baby. This girl is my boo. Okay? And one day, it was the winter solstice, as a matter of fact. We're driving to a homegirl of mine, a Chumash native. We're driving to her house for a ceremony. And I look up at the back window in the rearview mirror at my baby. And I'm like, oh my God, I had it all wrong. Just that quick, like out of nowhere. I had it all wrong. But I want my babies, my grandchildren, my descendants, I want them to live in a world where their skin is not the thing that defines them. I'm saying something different than your beloved Martin Luther King. I'm saying that when Kalani grows up, that we will have created a world. We will have created a world where your presentation in the world is a non-issue for your right to sovereignty. Your existence in the world is all the prerequisites necessary for your right to complete and absolute self-sovereignty. Oh, you was born? That's all you need. Check. This is sovereign right here. You was born. You know what I'm saying? I hope that makes sense. This is my beautiful baby. This is my grandson, Zane. That's my baby. That's my boo. He was born 3 weeks after lockdown. And you can tell, because nobody is talking about the peculiar, wonderful gifts that are these babies that were born in the first year of COVID. He is one. His spirit is bigger than any room he walks into. You can tell these COVID babies are different. And what that difference is doing in real time is causing these motherfuckers to pathologize them. This baby is brilliant. You feel me? And I knew it as soon as he was born because of the conditions and circumstances through how he was born. Literally 3 weeks after lockdown. That's my handsome little man right there. That's my boo. That's my baby. And he has a peculiar part of my whole heart. You feel me? But this little thing right here, my little lesson in life right here, this is, y'all cannot understand. When y'all hear, stuff in movies about that moment when somebody imprints on another, I never understood it. I never understood it until I watched my daughter give birth to Kalani. Nobody has the ability, because of this shit we live in, to communicate to their daughters what it means to witness their daughters give birth. I had no clue. I still can't communicate it. When I saw my daughter give birth for the first time, and my mama was there, 4 generations in the room, my mama, me, my daughter, and her daughter. And all of us were changed in the moment that Kalani made herself known. Not only were we all changed, every single person in our entire line was changed with her birth. I became grandma the moment that my baby became real. My mother became great grandmother the moment Kalani was born. My grandmother, though she is not in this state, was changed. Her mama was changed. My grandpa was changed. My father was changed. Everybody in every direction in our entire line was changed when Kalani was born. It was, to this moment, man, as intense as it was. This is why. This is a ceremony, by the way. It was not money that was the impetus for Rockefeller, for John D. Rockefeller, to stage a contest to control the birthing process in this country. It was a ritual to have men invade the most sacred space to impact permanently our introduction to the world, knowing that every baby born literally is changing the fabric of the entire community, not figuratively, not esoterically. In the moment that that child becomes real, every fucking person around them is instantly transformed. That is a hell of a statement. And I did not, baby, I was not ready. I was not ready for how moved I would be holding this human being for the first time. Child, this is my baby. But I tell you, this little girl has my whole heart. And looking at her in that mirror that day on the winter solstice, saying, I don't care about anything on this planet but her absolute safety and her absolute happiness and her absolute abundance. Nothing the fuck else matters. Not people asking her, this your real grandmama? Why she look like you? She looking, you look like you look. None of that bullshit. Erased from our fucking consciousness. This baby has my whole heart. This my little Kalani. This is Kalani. And when Kalani was born, let me tell you about Kalani and how spirit has a sense of humor, child. When my daughter married that white boy she was married to, married that white boy she ended up getting married to, and they got pregnant. And he white, and my daughter is half white. Morgan's dark complected, but she's still half white. My default was like, Goddess, Orisha, please let my baby have a little melanin. Please let my little future grandbaby have some melanin. You feel me? Please do not let these white genes dominate the terrain. Can she just have a look? Can she just be chocolate in the sun? Like, can she just have a little caramel complex? Y'all think I'm joking. It was so serious to me. I was living in Oyotunji African village for a little while. I was asking the priest in the village if there were ceremony rituals or prayers that I could do to the ancestors and the Orisha to ensure that more of her little melanated cellular DNA would come through. I'm not joking. I can be funny about it now, but I was deadly serious. sitting with both male and female Babalawo, Iyanifa. I know y'all think this is funny, but it's important to me. I need my little baby, I need my little grandbaby to have some melanin. I need her to have some melanin. I need her to have some color, some complexion. Is there a ritual, is there ceremony, there a prayer I need to do, some elbows? I'm not joking. And I'm telling you often and consistently. So when Kalani was born, she had jet black, bone straight hair. She looked a little, not much, but she looked a little, melanated. I was like, this will do. This all right. Bone straight, jet black hair, my baby had. Dark brown eyes, bone straight, coal black hair. I said, thank you. Thank you for listening, Spirit. Thank you. This is Kalani. This is that same baby, born with bone straight, jet black hair, dark brown eyes, and a little bit of melanin. This my baby. When Kalani turned 18 months, it was like damn near overnight. That hair, that black ass hair, this baby right here, with her little hazel eyes and her little blonde little ringlets. This little baby right here, until she was 18 months old, had coal black hair, dark brown eyes. And it was like overnight. Spirit was like, psych. And then her hair just started every day, lighten and quink, 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 crink and crink and curl and curl. Even these curls in this picture ain't nowhere near what they was when they first sprang out. This was jet black, bone straight. This my little boo. I don't give a fuck about none of that shit. I want my baby. I want my baby. I want my baby's babies. I want every baby that I come into contact with, every child that I see, every woman that I meet, every human being that has a mother, to experience what is our birthright to experience on this earth, which is heaven on earth. That's our birthright, is to experience heaven on earth, is to be guaranteed heaven on earth. And whatever caused the break in self that gave rise to the patriarchal, lunaical father patriarch that can only produce despair, we have to solve it. But we cannot solve it how we've been thinking. We can't. That's what I'm on. I'm on. If it is the sun gone rogue, then how do at the same time we protect ourselves in the face of malignancy, and those who can hear among them, win them into a process, win them into a way where they do not see themselves as apart from self, as apart from the whole. Do you understand? This is the essence and the origin of every malignancy we see on earth. It is that some among us, our children, because everybody, at least as we know so far, everybody on this planet got a mama. She is everywhere. She is everywhere. She is in every ceremony, every ritual. We will come to all these conclusions about ascension and descension and this and this and this and this and miss this in everything. This here, I was talking about the white family in here and all the black despair and the people of color and shit. But this is another image I saw today. This image that I saw today, this right here, I said, God damn, it really is everywhere. I was looking at another picture, and it wasn't obvious, this picture. It was like, I remember what it looked like. As a matter of fact, it wasn't this. It was, hold on, let me draw another picture on the other side. It was a picture of a monk, like a Buddhist monk. You feel me? And there was like mountains and streams and valleys and people. You feel me? And like a river. You feel me? And so let me just walk you through this. So this is what you're looking at. You feel me? Y'all can't see over there on IG. This is what I was looking at. And in this whole little scenario, there was like a monk right there. There's all these people like talking to him over here. And there was a river coming through here. And then there was people and animals right here. You see this image right here? Y'all see that image right there? This is your mother's fucking vagina. Yeah, it is. I said, damn, it really is in your face like that. You see this little thing right here? Where they say the river was coming through, and then everybody down here was coming to the river. Feel me? You see this right here? This is what we call in medicine the pubic symphysis. This little space right here is called the pubic symphysis. That's what it's called. In this little pubic symphysis, magically, only one time in your life, only at one time in your life, is when this that is here previously unseen heaven, this heaven right here, this heaven right here, previously unseen, squeezes through the little, squeezes through, accompanied with rivers of water, squeezes through and comes to the earthly seen realm. And only when that baby's head is pushing down right there does the pubic symphysis, the only time, pubic symphysis gets wider and wider and wider, because there's a specific hormone that will cause such a radical dilation, opening up of this flap of cartilage called the pubic symphysis, connecting that space. And that hormone, its only purpose ever is to loosen and relax this piece of cartilage so that this human being with a big ass head can come from the unseen realm, heaven, to the seen realm, which is earth. This image that I saw of the Buddhist monk and all his people in them, and then everybody is on this side with the water flowing from heaven to earth. This is your mother's vagina, bitch. It is your mother's vagina is everywhere in satanic rituals. You are told everything but what it is. Your mother's vagina in court rooms. You are told that it is everything but what it is. Your mother's vagina, the aisle that you have to go down in every place, the aisle you have to walk down to get married, the aisle that you have to go to get to the main house, the aisle that you have to go to, and there's people on this side and people on this side. This is the entry to or the exit from. The aisle is always the damn vaginal tunnel. So whether you want to call it a birth canal, but everybody that's got one of these ain't gonna have no babies. They still have the power of this portal that's in their fucking body called uterus. And the uterus being the gateway of manifestation from the unseen realm, which is heaven. It has been heaven for 5,000 years. The Chinese, the Egyptians, and many other people have always known that heaven is the fucking hole in the middle of your mother's body, the uterus, that connects your ancestors to your manifestation. The uterus has always been called the lower palace, the quote lower gate, or the portal of heaven. Your uterus. And then the long tunnel. Y'all always talking about the light at the end of the tunnel. The light at the end of the tunnel because I had this near-death experience. No, you didn't, bitch. You had a flashback of when your ass arrived here in the first place. That's the light at the end of the tunnel. It's your first enlightenment. It's a memory. It's a memory of your arrival to this plane. And if left uninterrupted by these malignant motherfuckers whose intention in the birthing process hostily taken over by the sun gone rogue, they recognize that it is a ritual. That's why they imposed rituals of trauma on the birthing process. The bright lights, spanking the baby on the butt, so they can breathe for the first time. That baby's introduction into this new realm is marred by violence and fear. That's a ritual. It's a deliberate ritual. And but her vagina, and y'all got to get comfortable with that. Because if you cannot get comfortable with the ever presence that everything that you are engaged in is a foul, fucked up attempt to erase from your memory the ever presence of God on earth. God on earth is your mother, not figuratively, literally. Your God on earth is your mother. And if your mother is God, then it means, bitch, you too are God. Why? Because God can only give birth to God. She can't give birth to anything lower than that. She can only give birth to God. And if you can accept, those of you joining in on IG, I have to open up a new feed because this is about to shut down. It's got like 3 seconds. Damn. And while I'm bringing that back up, it's the first time it's done that in a long time. But while I was bringing that back up, I'm gonna take a couple of bites of my food. I'm starving. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Mm. I need some more salt. Mm. Mm. While that's uploading, let me grab some salt. Mm. Mm. Yeah, that thing is still uploading. That's crazy. I have to shut that off. Might just be my connection. Told you I've been having problems with my electronics all day. Okay. Okay. So your mama's everywhere. Okay. Your mama's everywhere. And everywhere she is not, it is because some male is trying to take her place. Okay. She everywhere. What else was I looking at? It's so simple. Remember, you know how sometimes people be talking about like, especially in like kind of older, like Dante's Inferno kind of articulations, and they talk about the 9 gates of hell. I said, oh my God. I said, how did it not occur to me? The 9 gates of hell. Your mama pregnant for 9 months. Ain't your mama pregnant for 9 months? So you, as the quote judge, are living in the 9 gates of hell? Is that a stretch? That the 9 gates of hell would be the 9 months that your mama is pregnant? When I say that everything is a ritual, everything is ceremony, everything is based on the original rituals. What are the original What are the original rituals? The blood that pours without wound. The blood that pours without wounds. That's the first ritual, puberty. The second ritual is the piercing of the veil. It's the piercing of the veil. It is the first time the maiden has sexual intercourse and she bleeds upon intercourse. Her, what do you call it? Hymen is broken. There's blood rituals in the woman's body. The blood that pours from the wound at puberty. The blood that flows at the piercing of the veil, sexual intercourse. And if spirit sees fit, 9 months after, the blood and water that flows from new life. Oh, there's another one. The conclusion of the blood ceremony, menopause. The how the ancients used to say it, the mysterious blood that is retained within her body. The mysterious blood that is retained within her body. Every single solitary ceremonial repetition, malignant ceremonial repetition, is your mother's presence in the world, bastardized, vilified, and then she is erased. Every ritual, every ceremony, every movie. There is not a movie that exists that does not have this theme in it. Not one, not nowhere. Not one, not nowhere. There's not a comic book where she is not present. Once you're able to see, it will fuck you. It will perpetually fuck you up. Yes, it will. It will daily, every minute of the day, fuck you up as she is there in your face in real time. Your actual birth mother is in every movie, as well as the original mother from whom we are all the descendants. Because more than your own mama, you hate black bitches. You hate the original mama. You feel me? And so this is the great revelation that is going to allow us to end this shit once and for all. We have to face the mother. We have to face our hatred of her, our disdain towards her, whoever she is, however she presents, because sons on the earth are the faces of the mother. Gender fluid human beings are the faces of the mother and their peculiar personification on this earth. Y'all gonna have to relinquish all your little biases, all your little hatreds, all your little hatreds, all your little hatred of trans women or trans men, all your little hatreds of all this bullshit you holding on to as a devout servant of the sun gone rogue. That's what you is. In your malignancy, what they call it in Christianity, soldier of the Lord or some shit. In your malignancy, you are a devout servant of the Lord. Not only that, you're just talking about the etymology of service last week. And the etymology of service means slave. Bitch, you a slave. You a slave. Holding on to your little petties and shit. You a slave. That's all I got to say about that. I want to eat my food and I want to go to sleep. But I really wanted to get up on here. There's like 10 million things that I want to communicate. But we're just going to have to piece. Especially come next week when it's official and I made the public declaration of my intention to stage a contest in this bitch for this scene. So hopefully this was helpful. I know it was kind of all over the place, but we're going to get back into a rhythm where I can regularly put y'all on game and show y'all how everything that I give y'all and have given y'all over the 5 years becomes a peculiar strand that you can control as you participate in the weaving and constructing of this new global tapestry that's going to change everything. I see it clear as real. I see it clear as real time. Clear as real time. It's going to change everything. So with that, I will say good night. Mommy and I are one. Peace, prosperity, abundance, and the swift opportunity for you to stand up and greet your wealth, your prosperity, your abundance, and your destiny. Mommy and I are one. Good night.